It is now 18:30. If you would, please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I hereby call the council meeting for June 29, 2023 to order at 18:30. Let the record reflect the following council members are in attendance: Councilman Yarborough, Councilman Rodriguez, Councilman Cornelison, and Councilman Pappenfuss. Let the record also reflect the following council members are absent: Councilman Williams and Mayor McGehee. Per Section 22.039 of the Local Government Code, a quorum has been established for this meeting. Before we start, I would just like to remind you once again, all council staff and guests, that we are streaming this meeting. Please remember to turn on and speak into the microphone. If you do not, the online people will not be able to hear you, and neither will the crowd. If you have a question for staff, please wait till they get to the microphone to speak. At this time, we'll go into public comment.
So, down to business. What was your name?
Heather Figueroa. That's Big Frenchies.
Okay.
My name is Heather Figueroa, and I came here tonight to discuss the wild dog problem that we have in our town, that especially is affecting our neighborhood, Wildcat Ridge. I moved here last year, April 14th, in the community, and there's a farm behind us. And I noticed that there's puppies, and then we put our fence up. Well, they're just growing and growing, and I mean, they're aggressive. There are just packs of them within our neighborhood, and I mean, people are getting almost bit by walking their dogs in the morning, their children. I mean, they chase cars. They tried to attack my French bulldog, literally dug under the fence. And it was around midnight. I ran out in my neighbor's yard, and this was about 2 weeks ago, and to chase them away. One tried to bite me and lunge at me, but I'm like, you know, my animals are my babies, just like a lot of people's, and you know, in our community, in our town, and it's getting out of hand. And we've called the town, I've called the police, we've called animal shelters. No one seems to want to do anything, and I understand it's a small town. People dump their animals. They think, oh, no one's going to see it, but it's not fair for us, especially in a gated community, that we can't even feel safe to walk. And I have 4 children. I will not even leave our cul-de-sac anymore because of the animals, because I can't jeopardize holding my baby, having my 3 young children on their bikes, and what if dogs come to try to attack? It's me against them. And there's like 8 to 12. I mean, I have other neighbors here. It's bad. But thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Figueroa.
Good evening, council members. I just wanted to talk tonight. I was very frustrated last meeting when I realized some of the implications of some of the decisions that have been made in this city, namely the fact that because of a mistake, I'm going to assume it's a mistake made by our interim city secretary, we are now in a position where we cannot appoint, but we have to go into an election, which is going to cost the city thousands of dollars. So I think that we're all concerned about fiscal responsibility. And so I hope, and I've waited to see, you know, agenda after agenda, meeting after meeting, that the city secretary situation was going to be addressed. And I'm not quite sure where we are with that. So if you guys are going to make a decision tonight, that's fine. I just wanted to have a chance to speak on it, just to make sure that you understand that people of Godley are watching, and they're expecting people to be held accountable. I know, Misty, you talked very much about responsibility in our positions, and I appreciate that much. And I agree with you that we need to have qualified people who can do the job well. And also, I was incredibly concerned when I started hearing about all these developments, the plats, and the fact that Glenn Bryce has not been at meetings. He has not answered any questions in terms of the money that he has billed the city, the decisions that have either been made or have been made for lack of response or action on those. And I'm gonna just be very frank, I don't understand how this man's still employed. This is all of our money. All of our money is going towards things that, decisions are not being made, the time is running out. And it's affecting every single one of us as, you know, this city is developing. So I would just ask you guys to please consider the fact that we are asking you to hold people accountable for the money that they're billing, the work that they're doing, the far-reaching consequences that are gonna come because of lack of responsibility in this position. So thank you guys again. I know you guys have come here time after time, meeting after meeting. So thank you for showing up and representing the taxpayers and the residents of Godley.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Olson.
Good evening, council members. I'm coming again to speak. I'm going to sound like a broken record regarding the steering committee by Mosaic, where you're considering putting ISD trustee members on that committee. Now, I understand they're just in a position of just communicating to residents, but I strongly think you need to consider the conflict of interest. It was not too long ago where we had a mayor who hired individuals because they said they were qualified. Just because someone tells you, oh, they can delineate between ISD and the city, you really need to consider that, especially when it comes to having the superintendent on that steering committee. That is too much influence for one person to have. It needs to be kept separate. He can be informed through the steering committee of what's going on. He can provide input, but he does not need to be involved directly with that. The final thing I'd like to say is thank you for taking your personal time and having all these meetings up here. I appreciate that, but one thing I don't want you guys to forget is your home lives, your family. They should come first and they should be number one. The city will be here, so don't get yourselves burnt out with all this. And please, take care of yourselves. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Shinatico.
Daniel and Sam George.
How's it going? My name's Sam George. This is my daughter Piper. I know it was brought up earlier, but I live in the Wildcat Ridge community. Moved here in April of last year. You know, me and Piper, she's going to be 2 next month. We like to go on walks in the morning. We're now at the point where I'm bringing lead pipes, steak knives, even a firearm on walks because of the wild dogs in our community. I don't think we should have to be taking weapons to take our daughter on a walk. Again, no animal control. Police says it's on Sheriff's Department. Sheriff's Department doesn't care. Again, I think someone is just waiting pretty much for someone to get actually attacked. I know people have been chased down in cars, but I mean, is that what it's going to take? Someone to get mauled? Is it going to take little Piper here to get attacked on a walk for somebody to do something? You know, is it going to go to the point where I'm going to have to shoot animals and then I get looked at like, why is this guy shooting dogs? So again, this little girl right here, she can't go on a walk. Sorry, I'm getting a little emotional, but it's okay. But, you know, if it's come to that point where I can't take her on a walk without feeling safe, honey, it's okay. I think that's a major issue. I hope this this council takes it seriously.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr.
We
George.
appreciate it, yeah.
Bye-bye.
Hi.
Louise Olivera.
Good evening, everyone. I appreciate y'all taking the time to allow me to speak this evening. I'll be very brief. I am the current owner of the Hawkins Airport, which is located on 7304 Lonesome Road on the corner of 913 and Lonesome. That private airfield was established by Mr. Harold Hawkins some 30 years ago, and it's been there ever since. A lot of folks don't know, but it's been there. And I bought that a few years ago, and we have been, in the last few years, working to develop that into a fly-in community, which will have, at the most, 16 home sites. It'll be 2-acre home sites, possibly some might be 4. But as it stands right now, 2-acre home sites, and I would expect that some pretty nice homes will be built on that fly-in community. We have been, the process has been very slow. We've been plagued with a lot of delays, none of which have been the fault of the city. As a matter of fact, I applaud the city for working with us the way it has in the past. Glenn and everybody that we've dealt with have been very receptive and very, very welcoming to us. But we've come now to the, fast forward to 3 years later, we're at the final stages of that project. And just as we were getting ready to get our road put in, we were notified by our engineer that the county was demanding proof that we are in the city's ETJ. We've been working all this time under the understanding that we were in the city's ETJ. As a matter of fact, we're on the map. If we look on the city map, it shows that we are on the ETJ. And, but the county required proof, and the city hasn't been able to provide that proof. My guess is, I was told that Mr. Hawkins was the one that I annexed the property into the city's ETJ years ago. And so since we haven't been able to come up with that proof for the county, I've filed a new petition to have it voluntarily annexed into the city's ETJ. It would be, that to me, it became the fastest, easiest way to solve that, since that should have been a non-issue anyway. And that's what this is about. We filed that petition, and we're just trying to redo what we believe had already been done by Mr. Hawkins, so that we can continue to work with the city and with Glenn and everybody that's been welcoming and helpful to us, as opposed to turn around and have to go through the process from the very beginning with the county. We are at the final stages, as I said. We are actually ready to put the road in and some final dress up. Most of the, actually all of the dirt work has been done, the culverts and the drainage, elevations, everything's been done. We just need to put the road in and do some dressing up, and we will be finished with the project. So the request is simple. We're just asking to be considered in this voluntary annexation into the city's ETJ, since we can't come up with the, I would assume there was a document that Mr. Hawkins must have signed years ago, but we don't have that. So that's what this is about. Thank you very much for listening to me. I'll be around if there's any questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Olivera.
Cassie.
Hi, my name is Cassie Gedzik. I am a resident in Wildcat Ridge, and I'm here to talk about the pack of wild dogs as well. Thank you, Scott, Misty, and Michael for replying to me on Facebook to show up to this meeting tonight. I, just like a lot of my other neighbors, are afraid to go outside in our neighborhood because of this pack of dogs. I was looking at our HOA page, and as of January 7th, 2020, one of our neighbors, I've seen the same pack of 4 dogs at night when driving home. Does anyone know who they belong to? This has been going on since January of 2020. Now, obviously, it's not the same dogs. I mean, they've all had puppies, because right now there's about, what, 10 of them? Yeah, 10 of them, and there's 2 little puppies that hang out at one of the model homes up there. So, a few of them have died. Some have been taken care of. Some have been hit by cars, you know, going out into the street. It's been said that the owner behind our community is the owner, the house behind our community is the owner of these dogs. Maybe originally they have been the owner of these dogs, but dogs start, having more dogs and more dogs and more dogs. Again, I don't believe these are original dogs anymore at this point. And I've called Johnson County, I've called the city here, I've called Tarrant County, I've called Granbury, I've called the sheriff's office, I've called a lot of rescues, I've called a lot of, I've made a lot of calls. And basically I've been told, sorry, Godley doesn't have a dog catcher. And basically I said, so, okay, so we've got to wait for an incident to happen for something to happen. Basically, I was told yes. So none of us can go out for walks, bike rides. Again, there's another post on here that this family went out for a bike ride. The dog started charging them, so they had to hightail it back home. They've come up to our fences and tried to get over the fences, tried to, get to our dogs. But we're at wit's end. We don't know what else to do because we're being told there's nothing we can do. So that's why I reached out to you council members. And again, thank you for replying to me. And hopefully we can get some solution to this because we'd like our neighborhood back. This has been going on for 3 years, way too long. So thank you.
Thank you for,
Thank you, Ms. Gedzik.
Tracy? Spoke everything I, okay, said. Taylor Lane?
Oh, I didn't mean to speak. Thank you, though.
Oh, okay. That's all.
It is 18:47. We will now close public comment section. We'll move into the consent agenda. I'm not asking y'all to give reports, so don't worry about that. You do have one? Go ahead. Please come to the mic.
Hello, council. I do have two reps from Toto Verde, Jeff and Patrick here, to kind of discuss y'all what the new CAD system that the county's going to, that every agency in this area is going to, and they're here today to kind of discuss the plans of it with y'all.
Hi, I'm Jeff Ramey. I own Toto Verde, and I've been working with the county now for almost a year on the new CAD system to come off of, well, let me back up. Are y'all familiar with CAD or OSSI or the existing CAD? Okay. So call assisted dispatch, dispatches out of the county, backup is to Cleburne for 911 dispatch. The entire county is moving to a new cloud-based CAD system, and we are doing integrations for all of the county. So the county is going to provide you licensing and onboarding for the first year, and then I think years 2 through 5 through SOMA, which is the cloud provider that is doing the CAD system. We just wanted to make you guys aware that the contracts that have been sent, obviously they've been sent, but they need to be approved and signed back no later than August 1. I know that they're going to try to put it on the next agenda. That's fire and PD both. So we were basically just bringing it to you guys to make sure you understood what it was and why it was. There's not any, the go live date is basically October 1st of 2024. So between now and then, we have to have everything operationally from Docker sessions, connectivity, everything into the new CAD. The county is going to be sending a subrecipient agreement for ARPA funds that they're sending to each city for this implementation to happen. Just didn't know if you guys had any questions or even understood if it was even coming or anything about it.
This is something that we are already doing, and so this is just a continuation of what's already there.
It's different than the existing CAD. What is the existing?
I meant the CAD system overall, though.
Yeah, so it's a new CAD system entirely, and it's been a 19-month process so far.
But this is an agreement that is normal. It's
That
just
is
they're
correct.
moving to new technology.
That's correct.
New technology, and like I said, I sent the contract over to our new attorneys. They're looking over it, and these new attorneys also represent Cleveland and Alvarado stuff, so they already know the contract as well.
Yeah, Taylor Olson has, the firm has been great with both the county attorney, our attorney, several different attorney groups to make sure that these are all covered and basically just to get the contracts correct so all the cities can receive the money. If the subrecipient agreement, and it's basically for multi-jurisdictional. So we need to be able to have sheriffs being on the same, same call as the city police. Got to have that. Without it, you're basically in the dark. So I just didn't know if anybody had any questions or was aware of it or had anything else that you needed from us.
I'd love to hear all about it, but I don't think there's time.
Yeah, this is
Maybe
probably not
another
the time.
day.
But in order to get that there, I know that Taylor Olson, the law firm, will be getting a lot of that stuff to you guys. They've run through the rest of these other cities. We're waiting on a couple of ISDs and Godley to get
And
completed.
one thing, council, if we do decide to go with this will bring our dispatch fees way down.
Correct. So most of the biggest issues we found with smaller cities was that every time you key the radio for dispatch, the sheriff's office, DPS requires the sheriff's office to bill that particular city or police department. So it's not the county charging the city, they have to collect the fees, but then they have to pay to DPS. So we have seen Venus was at $93,000 a year for dispatch fees because they could not stay connected to CAD. We've seen, I don't know what, usually 80 something,
80 plus thousand.
$80,000 a year for dispatch fees because they can't connect to the CAD. Most of it has to do with the technology that sits in the car, the MCT that sits in the car, whether it's a SIM card or, but you have Sierra Wireless, so they are starting to connect better, but the problem is they're still having to connect back to dispatch.
And can you repeat, you said about the first year and the second to third year?
Yeah, it's pretty descriptive in the contracts themselves, but a brief overview is that the county itself is paying for the onboarding for the SOMA, which is the software CAD, the cloud-based CAD system. They're paying for the first year of licensing for every device or every user license. And we'll get to that one in a second. And then they're also paying for the technical integration from our team to integrate everything that you have, both fire and PD, to this system. Because the SOMA guys are only responsible to the interfaces from the cloud to dispatch. We have to get everybody ready to connect from here to dispatch.
Okay.
The license piece that we originally got from the sheriff's department, as well as our team, you guys had 7 licenses. And the fire's a little different because they're covered by the ESD. So ESD had already counted all of their licenses, but the police department had only submitted for 7 licenses, and I believe 15 is the correct number. Well, that has already, we've gone way past that amount for the initial proposal, so there are gonna be additional fees starting in year 2. Because your license cost that you have on the original document was only based on 7 licenses.
And we're up to 15 because for,
Up to 15 because of growth.
okay, allowing for growth.
Right now, I think we're 12 to growth to 15, but either way, they're in the initial number that you'll see on the contracts that you'll get from the attorney is gonna show the cost for 7. So we are working with Vertisoft and Soma on their TIPS contract to get you updated numbers for what the delta is gonna be starting in year 2. But through this year, through October 1st, 24, you won't have any of those fees.
The license is per device or per officer or?
It's depending, so you either have a mobile license or an RMS, or both. Most police is mobile and RMS, because they gotta be able to have the reporting for NIBRs, everything else that goes back to the state. So you'll end up with a mobile and RMS license per unit or officer. Whoever has access or needs access to any CJIS or criminal data is gonna have that license. Any other questions? All right.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate
Thank you.
Mr. S., is this going to be on the July 11th meeting?
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. Tonight, what we want to report is a life save, and do you want me to talk about it, or did you? Okay. Okay. Last Thursday, June 22nd, at 3:28, I sat down in City Hall for a Zoom call, and we got dispatched for an electrocution in the 9100 block of County Road 1001. And so our crew on duty at the station responded. We had approximately a 3-minute response time, and I wanted to recognize our crew tonight because I pulled up behind our fire truck because I responded too, and I saw our people who we've worked so hard training, and saw them coming off the truck with purpose, had every piece of equipment they should have in hand, and moved quickly. The family is here tonight. John Sears, will you stand up, sir? John was in cardiac arrest from the electrocution, and his brother, Kyle, go ahead and stand up, Kyle, appreciate it. Kyle was doing CPR on his brother, and in the process called 911. When we got there, you can sit back down, thank you. When we got there, immediately we took over the CPR portion for the brother so he could get away from it, and we started getting the airway situated. Firefighter Chloe Carson took over the CPR compressions, correct? And the AED was placed within the first 2 minutes, I'd say, of us being on scene. And so what was going on was John's heart was in ventricular fibrillation, which basically means it's just doing this and it's not beating properly. And so the AED advised a shock. We shocked, and I think it kind of shook Kyle up when we shocked. I heard him on the phone talking to somebody, but that shock saved Kyle's life that day. It interrupted that rapid beat of the heart and basically put it back to a normal rhythm. Within a few minutes, John was sitting up. He threw up on us, but the big deal tonight is I was so incredibly proud of the crew and the job they did. We flew John on to Parkland because it was considered a burn. And so John went to Parkland. How long were you there, John?
I was there for about 2 days.
2 days? Yeah, I think they kept you in ICU for a little bit, and then they moved you to a room for observation.
I'm not familiar with Parkland too well. I was on the 6th floor. I was in the ICU for the first day and a half, and then I was moved to the less important side on the final day.
Okay.
The final night.
Okay, I didn't have all those details just right, but the other recognition I wanted to say was what a crucial role your brother played. That's why I wanted him to be here tonight too. So, job well done, Kyle. So I talked to Mayor Pro Tem Pappenfuss and said, hey, can we give some recognition to the guys? And he said, absolutely. And so tonight I want to present to you, Lieutenant Abbott was on duty. Firefighter Carson. Firefighter Cooper Chavez. And Firefighter Josh Smith.
By the way, I met with John today, he was okay with me talking about the details of the stalls. John, you gotta stand right in the middle. Right? You're why we're here. Thank you. Last thing for me, I just wanted to express how proud I am of these guys. They've trained so hard and they're doing a great job. So thank you, council.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, Chief, for your training.
So I've been on the council for 3 years, and this is something we never have done. It's always shocked me that we've never honored our firefighters, honored our cops, and I would like to start doing it more often. I've met with the fire chief, and anytime he has some life-saving, heroic thing, I would like to honor them.
Amen. Amen.
The Public Works Director could not be here tonight. He had to go out of town for a funeral. But I'm going to read some of the notes that I wrote down from our conversations. We're currently seeking bids to fix a downed fence at the wastewater treatment plant. The first estimate we received is $2,800. We're looking for additional. Does council want that to come back for approval? Or do we want to direct staff to fix it? It's a secured facility. It needs to be fixed, no matter how much it costs.
Get the best price and fix it. Let him make his own initiative, his own decision.
So y'all are okay with directing staff to get a couple more bids and then fix it with the best quote that they feel?
I
See if
say
you-
yes. Go ahead.
Oh, you go
Oh,
ahead.
I just say yes.
I was just gonna make a joke.
I say yes. Let the
Fine.
staff direct them.
I'll let the Public Works Director know. Thank y'all. We're currently looking at replacing the broken AC at the wastewater treatment plant offices with a mini split unit. A short-term solution has been put into place until that unit can be installed. Due to the emergency nature of this item, due to the heat, I would like council to direct staff to purchase this item as well and then bring it back to us.
What are they purchasing? Are they purchasing a split unit or a temporary AC to put in there right now?
So currently, I keep backup window units at my house just in case they have one of my window units. It's a secure room, so it really needs a mini split.
Yeah, it does. I just didn't know are we authorizing them to fix the issue or to temporarily fix the issue? That's
A
my
mini
question.
split will fix the issue long-term.
Okay.
We're currently getting bids for that to see how much it's gonna cost, but it looks about between 1,500 and 2,000.
Yeah.
Well done, giving him another unit there.
I don't need your
Mayor Pro Tem.
accolades.
I know you don't, but
Is that
still, you
for-
should say it.
Is that for both units, you said?
For one unit, a 9,000 BTU mini split will do that whole office.
What about the second room for future use? If we're
So-
gonna go ahead and do that, should we not just have one put in there also?
The second room currently is not, it's used for plans. Whenever I took a gentleman out there to look at the AC, they said, you can't really do it, there's a hole in the ceiling. We would have to rehab that room to do it. I mean, if you want to go ahead and install a unit to that room, we can, but right now it's pretty much useless.
Well, I'm just wondering, long-term, since it's gonna be a package deal, would it be cheaper to go ahead and put the other wall unit in there and just leave it? I mean, what are we looking at as far as repairing that room for future use?
Eventually, that'll be torn down whenever we build our new wastewater treatment plant.
So just really don't need it then? Okay. Okay.
So are y'all okay with directing him to purchase that due to the emergency nature?
Yes.
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 Also wanted to say that 2 Public Works employees will be attending the Public Drinking Water Conference in Austin next month. The conference is free of charge. We're just paying for the hotels and the per diem. That's all I have for Public Works. Glenn, do you have anything for engineering? Yeah, we can. I didn't ask you to prepare anything, so.
Good evening, sorry. We still have 4 ongoing projects that are being serviced by our engineering, from the wastewater treatment plant expansion. At this point in time, we're waiting on Encore to tie in our new service to the wastewater treatment plant. Y'all don't need to be aware of everything, but Encore required us to have a new address for the wastewater treatment plant, for the new treatment plant. Even though it's sitting side by side the old treatment plant, in order to get more electrical service, we had to assign the treatment plant a new street number. And now, excuse me, Encore won't drop the feed until Bureau Veritas has been out there and confirmed that there's a pole in the ground. That's where we're sitting on that. The city's having to authorize the city to install electrical service. That make sense? No. The CDBG project, I'm still waiting on valves to be uncovered in size, so we're not doing anything on that. We're in progress of renewing the wastewater discharge permit application, and the citywide street survey for repair and replacement is still in progress. We haven't done anything since the last time we met down here. Those are the 4 projects we're working on right now.
Thank you. For the city administrator, I just wanted to say that there's 3 members of the council that will be attending newly elected training in Round Rock next month. I'm personally hoping to learn more a little bit about my role, and I hope each of you that are attending feel the same way. I contacted Johnson County for our unfortunate special election in November. You each have a copy of that and multiple exhibits. As you've already pointed out, there's a couple errors on it. I'll get with them and make sure they fix those. That'll be on the July 11th meeting. I also attended the Johnson County Mayor's meeting today in Alvarado. We discussed a bunch of updates to House bills and how they affect us. Just to save time, because we have more presentation people here, I'll go over that later or send it to you. Attorney, I forgot your name already. Dean. Am I allowed to speak about what came in today or hold off? Okay. With that, we're done with the consent agenda. Discussion and action items. I would like to move item M to the beginning because it is a presentation. Are y'all okay with that?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Item M, discussion and possible action on approving the purchase and installation of electronic locks for all city facilities. Two gentlemen from Wachter are here. We walked around the fire department earlier today and also City Hall, and they'll be able to explain a little bit what they saw, what we may need, and discuss our wants.
Good evening, council. Like everybody else says, thanks for everything y'all do for the city and your personal time to come up here and handle the city's business several times a month. So yeah, we walked around the city hall, looked at the police department, the fire department, and there's a lot to look at. And I kind of gave you the outline of really what the process is from right now to you have a design and a price. You've selected what type of system you want, what level of access, who's going to maintain it. We talked about how it can tie in with some alarm systems. And so I brought a sales engineer with me because I listened to the Saturday meeting, and it sounded like everyone had at least one concern or some questions. So just, clarification on how things work. So I wanted you to be able to ask those questions and get some good answers right now. So, we can start looking at it and seeing what we can do to get all the locks secured.
So Mr. Pate is a resident of Godley, and Jeremy flew in from Arkansas. So if you have questions, please ask them. Anything about fire related. I know that was a big one last week. I'd also like to say that he was going to be here Saturday. He had already planned a trip, but he was more than willing to get on Zoom with us. But I was like, hey, enjoy your trip. So we'll talk to you next week. So if you have any questions or.
My first question is keys. We got cards to get in and out of the building. I'm assuming there's going to be keys to open the door in case of power failure or something. How's the keying normally taken care of? Because if we have the cards, I have a key to get in. Why do I need to let you know I'm in?
Correct. And that's a very good point. So the key cards obviously gives you access and shows you who is going to enter the building. The keys are primarily not turned over to everybody. Your basic admin that needs into the buildings for whatever emergency reason there might be. Typically, when you have an access control system with cards, you don't hand out keys to everybody. You have a few people that have the master keys for those reasons. Power failure on an access control system, you still have egress out of the building. You're still able to exit the building in case there's a fire, so that's all accounted for. Most systems have a battery, or systems we've installed would have batteries inside the panel that would hold that for X amount of hours, and that can be determined part of our discussion and our design, how long you want that to hold based off of your situation. If power goes out quite a bit or not, we can size those batteries accordingly. So that's kind of how the key system works. But with the access control, it's also easier to, like you said, who went in and out of those buildings. You're not sharing, key codes for the doors that you can hand out. I see that one of the items on there was going around and changing gate codes possibly. That's one thing you wouldn't have to do. Your administrator could turn off, turn on keys, electronically across the system. So it just makes it more user-friendly, less task of everybody going out doing keys, changing codes on doors, changing batteries on doors, stuff like that. So.
One thing to mention about that too, we were talking about it earlier, and once your system is set up, you sort of have roles set up in there, and you might have a role for a police officer or the chief or a firefighter or the chief, and if you get a new firefighter, you already have that role, so you just assign that to that person, and they have the appropriate access that they need. And it might be that they can get into all these doors, but they can't get into the evidence room, or they can't get into the chief's office, or whatever that department decides, their restriction level needs to be. So it just makes it very simple. You don't have a bunch of keys, you don't have one key that fits everything, you don't have codes that everybody knows or doesn't know. And it's all just, a badge. We talked about volunteer
Key fobs and
firefighters.
stuff like that as
Like,
well.
do they have to have the card? Well, you can do a key fob. So on their key fob, if they get a call out, they can just walk up and get right into the fire department if they need to.
and we can kind of talk through the phasing of this, and me and Mike kind of visit on it. I got here, half hour before the meeting, so I only got to see a few buildings. I was actually working in Dallas, so it took me a while to get here. But, so our phasing approach to something like this is, we'd like your permission to survey your buildings, look at the buildings that you would need them. We would put a design and a proposal together and say, okay, and we integrate with multiple different vendors, so we'll look at some of your other stuff to see how we can bring it into one pane of glass per se. Your camera systems, your access control system, all works on one thing. So we can do that, survey, put a design together, and then bring it back to the board and say, okay, here's a couple different options, and let you guys, discuss that, or we can come back to another meeting and discuss that further. As far as the design costs, me and Mike is local here. He runs the LBU, our local business here out of the Dallas area, so we can come do that. If you decide not to move forward, we'll see how in-depth there might be some charge for that survey cost and putting the actual designs together. And as we see your buildings, we can kind of come up with that number looks like after we do the surveys, before we put on CAD and say it's going to be X amount of dollars, so there's not a sticker shock if you decide not to move forward with this. But at that point, we would provide all the CAD drawings and say, okay, here's all your buildings, here's what's recommended to do to secure these facilities, here's your hardware schedule, here's what your doors are made of, this is what it's going to require to put on this door to control it. So we'd provide all that information back if you decided not to move forward, and that would be your guys' possession to take out to bid or whatever you see fit with that. So
Did you say cameras?
we can tie into cameras, we can survey cameras.
Tie in the existing cameras?
Correct,
Okay.
yes. We glanced at some of the head-end equipment. Like I said, we didn't get a whole lot of time to dive into it, but yes, we would like to, part of our survey would be to survey that, see what you have, see if it's compatible with some of the solutions we have out nowadays.
And ask you what you want to.
Correct.
That's a big part of it, and this will be a collaborative effort. And I don't know if it would be the four of you making some decisions. I know a lot of it would be the chiefs, but as far as the city hall, maybe Kathleen would have some input, but when we are working on this design, we need these stakeholders to be involved and to give us feedback, because he's gonna make a suggestion, but, when we're at the fire department, he might have suggested that side door have access, but then, we talked to the chief and he said, no one ever really needs to come in that door. They can just come through the front. So things like that, we might put a lock there and it doesn't need a lock. And so that's why we need to work together to see what your needs are. And the same thing with the cameras. And, I think Jeremy was saying that most cameras, can tie in one way or another with these new systems. So, depending on where they're located, they can be triggered off of a door scan. So you can see who did open that door. We can put sensors on doors, like an evidence room, where if someone leaves the door open, it's not shut for 4 minutes or 8 minutes or whatever you set, that it'll trigger an alarm and it'll notify you that, hey, the evidence door, evidence room is open and it's unsecure. So, all of that is, you get the system first, and then all of these things are just like a home security system. One window is not much of an addition. It's getting the panel in there, getting the system in place, and then you just add to it whatever you need. And you can phase it out too, as long as you have the system.
Yeah, correct. So like you said, we need a lot of input on what you want, or what like a long-term goal would look like. Because access control, we could just pop that in on a few doors and it can be done. But if you wanted to tie into camera systems, we can talk about that software that integrates that. We can tie it into the fire alarm system. Obviously some of these buildings aren't manned, so we can have it, if this door's popped, it can dispatch to the radios that the police officers use, or your police department do, so they can come see this without actually having to see video or anything when that door's open at midnight, that wasn't scanned for some reason, the door's propped open. We can trigger all kinds of stuff through the software nowadays, so it's pretty eventful what we can do with software. So we can, like I said, the first phase would be surveying some of the buildings, looking at what you have, existing equipment, and then we can come back with you and have some follow-up conversations on, how far in depth you want to go. Are you just looking to control some doors, or do we want to put that system in place that we can expand and grow to start integrating some other systems down the road, if you guys see fit, so.
Cloud-based storage, data storage?
There is. That was one of the first things I talked about, because I didn't know how, part of the discovery stage would be seeing how all your buildings are connected throughout the, is there a local area network that all your buildings are connected? If not, cloud's a great solution, because if you have internet connection there, we put the devices on there, they go to the cloud, you still manage it from a centralized location. So, but that would be part of the discovery stage. The cloud stuff's a little more expensive if you guys are tied together. There's some cost savings that we could just use your local.
Cost on that too for storage?
Yep. Some of the there's licensing fees, similar like those gentlemen talked earlier today. Sometimes there's licensing fees on some of the cloud-based stuff. and then how much storage you use and all kinds of stuff. But the discovery, I think, is the very first part to see what you guys truly have, you know what I mean? If there's networks, so we might need to get involved with your network team to see if the buildings are connected, you know, is this city hall connected to the fire department, you know, to the police station, so on and so forth. And then, you know, we can put some stuff on paper for you guys to review and see, so.
You were thinking the well sites too, I assume?
Initially, it was just for all the buildings, but are the access systems weatherproof enough to go at a well site?
We can. Do you have access out there, or would we need to internet, or would we need like a cell service or something out there? So the controllers can go anywhere, so we can put them on a gate, you know, if they need to get into a gate to a well site.
Weatherproof box, basically.
Yeah.
So, you know, they'll be somewhat outdoor rated, but they'll also be in some sort of weatherproof enclosure.
The key cards will always be outdoor rated, you know what I mean? So if you're swiping it to get into a fence or a building or something outside, that's fine. If the controller has to go outside, they make it's called a hardened version. But we still, like Mike said, like to put it inside of a, you know, PVC enclosure just to give it that extra, and lockable.
Did you say if we had internet access at the well sites?
Correct. So if you didn't have internet access, we could do like, going back to your cloud-based question, we could do like a cellular card on there where it goes up, still would be recording to the cloud, so you'd still get real-time information on that.
Well, that would be the only way you could get in, wouldn't it? I mean, when you swipe the,
Cloud-based, yes. We could do a local system that was programmed directly local, so that the brains would actually be on site in that building or in that enclosure.
It would just have to be programmed locally too.
Correct,
right?
if you had to do.
so each
updates.
time we had to change it up, we'd have to go out, okay.
Correct. So the cell would be definitely the option. Do you have, how many well sites do you have? Quite a few, or?
I'm not sure. 5, says
Five.
Mr. Bryce. So, okay.
So yeah, so that's all, those are all great questions. So that would be stuff that we could, you know, part of that discovery stage for you guys that we'd be willing to jump in and do and see what we can bring for you, so.
And that might be mitigated a little bit with the SCADA system we're talking about. Can you all explain a SCADA system, or is that a whole separate
It's an
specialty?
industrial electrician, yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a different part of our business, which, you know, we do, our company was founded as an electrical company. All of that fits more into the industrial electrical realm. But I mentioned it to my guy at the office when we talked about it, and he said, yeah, we just did one of those at Bimbo Bakery up in Dallas, the Mrs. Barrett's, whatever. So they installed a system up there. So yeah, they're the experts in that, and, you know, we can get you some information on it, but.
Yeah, and some background on Walker, we've been here 92 years in business, 92 years. We're founded out of Lenexa, Kansas as a family shop. We're still family owned today. We currently have about 1,800 employees. We're licensed in all 50 states to do electrical work, low voltage work.
But we've been working in this area since 1994, 93, so.
And then we have local business units like that Mike runs that are dedicated to these areas like this that it's local, handles local jurisdictions, hospitals, schools, things like that.
So for the well sites, the SCADA system will basically eliminate someone having to go out there every single day and check the chlorine levels and the different levels. It'll report back to a central computer and tell them exactly what it is. It's TCEQ approved. It's something that Public Works would like to put in over the next couple of years. It is a large chunk of change, so we'll have to budget it out over years, but just so y'all are aware.
Yeah, that's more monitoring water levels, you know, things like that.
But that would have to have
Sensors.
some sort of connection out as well. So I mean, we could possibly do a cradle point, like a network connection out there. So there's definitely options there. So on how we could share that as well, because they'd have to have connection to the outside world as well. You know, the internet to broadcast their signals as well. So.
One of the main questions last week was, if we have a fire, can you explain what happens whenever you tie it into our fire system currently?
So it depends on the doors. So like when we talk, these glass doors out front here don't have like the electronic, like a normal door latch. So typical doors, we always do electronic strike on the doors. It still has a turn on the inside. You just turn the handle and walk out just like a normal door.
What do you mean
would.
by strike? Just so you know, you have your door handle and the part that goes into the door jamb.
The latch.
That door, yeah, the door jamb, that's called a strike. And an electronic strike basically has a little door that opens whenever you swap that allows, like, you really don't even have to turn the handle, you just pull it open because it opens that, strike. So, on those,
Yeah, those are, so you just turn the handle from the inside and exit the building. And then obviously with the battery backup, you'd still be able to enter from the inside, from the outside, as long as the battery backup was run on the keypad. Knock boxes is a lot of time what you do. I'm sure the fire department's familiar with those that have the outside keys for your bigger buildings, that they can actually get into the doors if they needed to. If it failed, batteries and everything went dead, to actually unlock that front door. Here, on this door with the big glass, we do what you call mag lock. So it's just a magnet that mounts on top of the door, and it just holds it shut by magnetic power. Those ones actually tie back to a fire alarm system. So as soon as a fire alarm is triggered inside this building, that would release those mag locks on that door. And then a failover, there's always a push to exit on it, similar to like a handicap button next to the door. There's a push to exit, and all that does is cut the power to that. So you push it, and it cuts the direct power to it, and you can always exit the building. So.
yeah, it has to be electrified to work.
Yep.
So when it's not electrified, it releases.
So no matter what happens, even if the the alarm's not triggered for whatever reason, say heat burns up the wires, you know, that are powering the magnet, bam, it's open.
Yep,
Okay.
correct. Magnets are fail-safe, they call it, which means if they fail, the door's open. It's not secure, where an electronic strike is fail-secure, which means if the power fails, the door is still locked, because that magnetic strike is still locked, and that's when you need that key from the outside to ingress, or, you know, just use the handle to egress, so.
And that's also why you would have battery backup within the unit, because when your power goes out, the battery backup kicks in and keeps those doors
Operational,
locked.
so.
If we do this in phases. Yeah, I'm sorry. If we do this in phases, how long does your system last? Are we gonna do 2 buildings, come in a year and do a 3rd building, say, oh, I'm sorry, that stuff's out of date now, you have to redo your whole thing? Because that's happened to us before. I've seen that happen before.
Yeah, I mean, obviously technology is always changing, and we're in a world where it's changing really fast right now. So I wouldn't say in a year or so. Most of the new stuff, the cloud-based stuff I love because the component's all there. So any new features and new stuff they have, it's just uploaded to the device. You know, that's usually electronic strike. There's not a lot of brains in it. I hate to say it's just a thing that opens and closes. You know, a lot of the features are in the controllers. The cloud-based is really cool because they can just upgrade those new features. You know, they come out with something we might know about today. We just upload that, change the firmware, and you get these new options, these new features inside of it. The basic analog version, we would call it, that has the home run wires to a control panel, you know, not the cloud-based, they're pretty basic, you know what I mean? It's a pretty basic system. It's just contacts that open and close doors, so there's not a lot to it. The cloud-based stuff is really more where it's adapting and evolving because it ties in a lot more stuff to it, you know what I mean, when you're out to the cloud, so. I don't think you'll be out of date in a couple of years. Who's to say with the way it goes, but I'd say in 3 years you won't be out of date, you know, with what we start with, and the components will still be available. I mean, we do the same components with Axis that we've done for probably 7 years now. They haven't changed any of the components that we use on their devices, so.
And strikes and stuff are the same ones that
Yep.
have been used forever, because, again, they're just sort of dumb devices.
Is the hardware's not proprietary at all?
No, Verkada is one of the brands that we do, and their stuff is proprietary, but that's one of them. So they're a cloud-based solution, but we can go, Axis is one of our big suppliers that we do, and they're not proprietary, which means we can integrate 90% of the other vendors' stuff into that same system, cameras, so on and so forth. And it's still a cloud-based solution where it goes out to the cloud.
And we get probably best discounts with Axis too, right?
Axis
So
will probably be what you see from us as a first
It's what
option.
we lead with, and we sell a lot of their product. I think we're actually in some of their training materials. So, you know, we get good pricing.
Yeah, and we can elaborate, put some demos together, show you some models, send, you know, some stuff on the kits, and then, you know, if we want to move forward with surveying, I think that would be the next step for us, and see what we can provide for you guys and help you with, so.
Since there's a cost to this, if we don't do it, do we need to have a not to exceed? So if they go over a certain amount and they're still doing their survey, they come back to us and say, hey, we spent this money, we need a little bit more, or do we just blank check?
I don't like blank
So we'll
checks,
do
me
this,
either.
if you don't mind, sir. So to do the surveys, we'll do the surveys. We'll come out and survey all your buildings. We'll do that for free with no cost.
Once we get done with there, once we decide how much is in each building, we can start to tell you what it's gonna cost to actually put that design together. And at that point, we can give you a cost. Hey, to design City Hall's $500, to design the fire department's $200, whatever that cost is, we'll give you that cost for the design. And that cost will only hit you if you don't move forward, you know what I mean? So if you decide, hey, we like the solution, we wanna install it, that would be incorporated in our install cost, and then you wouldn't pay that fee. But if you decide, hey, we're gonna hold off for 5 years, we're gonna keep your design, we'll provide that to you, and then you would just pay that cost for that design fee.
What happens sometimes is we, we come in like this and provide a design with drawings, everything, and then, if you were to take our design and go to somebody else and go, hey, here, do this, and they don't have to design it, they just, they're like, yeah, I can do that for this. And, so for that reason, if you go with us, then we waive all the design and survey fee. If you want to take the design and own it and do with it whatever you want, there's a fee to that. I mean, the fee is it's somewhere in the under $2,000 range, so.
For probably everything, yeah.
Yeah, I would say, well, under $2,000. I'm local. I'm gonna get him to help with it, and we have several projects he is having to come down here for, so as long as we're a little flexible with some of the scheduling, we'll get him in and, we'll just do a lot of the heavy lifting ourselves.
Absolutely.
So, and this is something we need to discuss. I was thinking FD1, FD2, all the buildings down at wastewater, City Hall, our maintenance facility up on the hill. Is there anything else y'all can think of or don't want to do? Do we want to look at the well sites as well, or do we want to get with them on the SCADA system and see how much that would cost and try to get a grant for it, or there's many different options.
Are we gonna look at dedicated controls as far as for monitoring the wells, or is that just for?
So that's
the
just
plant?
for an alarm.
Just for an alarm, okay.
So the SCADA system will be for mainly the chlorine levels and such to monitor them remotely. Because if you have a spike in your chlorinator, super spikes your water, I mean, it could possibly kill people.
Sure.
And if they're only checking it every morning, well, you're not gonna know about it for 12, 18 hours.
Well overflows,
Yeah.
sewage leaks. I used to work in a wastewater treatment plant, so it can get public really quick, especially if you have fresh water nearby and fish start dying due to the lack of oxygen when the sewage hits the water. Stuff like that, you really need to protect yourself from, so.
Which we have the Nolan Creek right behind our wastewater plant. So if we have a spill over 1,000 gallons, then we immediately have to report it to the TCEQ.
Right.
So we at least need an alarm down there to let us know if we have a sewage leak.
I wonder about IoT with some of that too. There's tons of sensors now with, technology where it is. And there's all kinds of examples, but we just built this customer experience center in New Jersey where they have a live, the logo, the Walker logo when you walk in is, it's got live plants in it, and the soil has these sensors in it, and the sensors tell this company what all of the levels are, so they can come out and adjust pH and all of this stuff. And so they're just little sensors that you can use for a number of things. And the only problem though is I don't know how that fits in with the regulatory side of it, But it's something, it's worth investigating, because it might be a shortcut to some of that. A safeguard that is not an entire system. Worth looking at.
How flexible are you on working, for example, if we do all of the sites that Mayor Pro Tem has suggested, but you come back with a bid that's a little bit out of our range right now? how would that work as far as,
We can do phased approaches, you know what I mean? The buildings that are most important, if it's a, you know, purchase the equipment now and you need to wait 6 months for the labor to do the install, we can definitely phase it,
Probably
however.
prioritize it by the building. I mean,
Yeah.
you don't have to have this big front-loaded cost. I mean, it's sort of, systems, sort of building by building.
Mhm.
And so, you can prioritize your buildings. I would assume that this one's probably gonna be the most expensive because there's a ton of doors in here. But fire department's only a couple of doors. The other one, I'm assuming, is only a couple of doors. Maybe some alarm that you talked about. So, yeah, and also everything's scalable, you know, it's maybe you're wanting to see this ricotta and it seems really cool, but then once you look at it and it's like way up here, then you go, what's that next tier? And then we can tell you, well, we can do this and it costs this much. I mean, we don't wanna have it forever, but we'll work with you, for sure.
is the contract price fixed? If, say, we go out, we
Just fixed price for,
Yep.
we'll scope it and, you know, you agree on the scope, we'll explain it in detail and then it'll be fixed.
for how long?
Usually, well, it's usually 30 days, right?
Well, not a quote. I'm saying we sign the contract and
Yeah.
for, say, it's, I don't know, let's say $50,000. But we phase it in over 3 years. Is that something that, does that work, or are we going to have to do it all now?
Well, the catch with that is that, the expense it costs for installation is getting people and materials here to do work. And if I give you a price to do this building in one trip, and I give you a price to do this building in 12 trips, those are gonna be two very different prices. Also, any price we give you, that whole 30-day thing, like right now, we're getting better pricing constantly, it's just going up and up and up and up. So once we lock in a price, we have to buy that hardware right then. Now, I don't mind, you know, I'll store your hardware for as long as you need me to.
Right.
Yeah.
But,
Labor will always go up.
but we would really rather wait, and then if there's a time, you know, like spring break or whatever it is, and we can just come in here and, I mean, because we're just getting in the ceiling, running some cables, drilling some door jams, and
Yeah.
maybe, you know, cutting out some logs. So,
But 30 days is typically our equipment cost, because that's what fluctuates so much. I'm sure his labor cost is probably doesn't fluctuate every 6 months or something, you know what I mean? But the equipment cost is really what hurts us, because, I mean, we've seen that stuff go up in 30 days by, you know, 5%, 10%, so that's the part that would be. So once, if we provided something and you wanted that equipment, you know, that would be the purchase, and then we, you know, Mike's team would visit on the labor side. And if you said, hey, and if we had these discussion up front, we can put, you know, a safety net in there and say, hey, we need to put 5% on top of our labor, because this is gonna go over a year and a half install type process, you know what I mean?
just out of curiosity, is there anything you're thinking that you would feel like would make that take a long time?
No,
I mean,
it
if
just
there's-
came to mind.
if
I
there's
doubt it.
remodel
I mean,
plans or
I wouldn't
things
think
like
so.
that, like if, say, for example, you'd already had the budget, you're gonna remodel half of the city hall or something, then the best thing to do would just, for us, would be wait, and then once you
Yeah.
get that going, we come run cable, and then we come back at the end, install our devices and cut it over.
I would assume we'd do it all at once. It was just kind of something that came into my head.
It'll have to be done sooner than later because there's major security issues right now. I can't discuss those in open, but
All right, well then let's,
So I guess if we can get the OIK to start surveying, get permission, we can start getting some of that stuff set up. We can start looking at your facilities and start putting some, you know, and then we'll work towards, once we survey them, like I said, we'll put some numbers towards what it's gonna cost to do the full designs, and then you guys can meet on that number, and if you want us to move forward with the full designs, then we can go from there. So,
sounds like a plan.
Well, one of the questions I have is, again, not going back to them, but we still don't have a budget. How can we look at cost of things when the foundation of the city, we don't even have in our hands? And again, I know this isn't part of this, but, I mean, going back, if they give us a $5,000 bill, or if they give us a $15,000 bill, well, we have no clue what kind of money we have. So my question is, how can we even, this is
so
great to plan for the future, but until our budget is in our hand, we can't really make any promises to them and tie up their time, and, I mean, how do we move forward?
I mean, we bring in millions of dollars a year. We just have to find the money for those, to fix those security issues.
Well, I'm with you on that, but,
We have ARPA funds.
Right now,
okay.
I would say it's, let's just call it $1,500 not to exceed. You know, once we put information together to know what we're gonna need to do the design, that's kind of the number that you're looking at approving, and that's not even, you know, due unless we get this whole design done, and then you take the design, you keep it, and you don't go with our services. So, really, that's all we're talking about right now, and I know that y'all been talking about a budget workshop, and I'm sure that's gonna get you at least a step toward that direction of where you need to be to know. You gotta bounce a checkbook, right?
Yes.
And we understand that.
So we still have a substantial amount of ARPA funds that could maybe go towards this, SLRFF funds. There's line items for upgrades to certain departments. There's miscellaneous ones. And I agree, we don't know what we do and don't have because of past issues, but it's going to have to be done. I'd rather start looking at it now. And if we have to pay $1,500, we pay $1,500.
Okay,
But if
I
we
agree.
don't do it, and an ex-employee walks in here and steals a whole bunch of stuff or breaks a whole bunch of stuff,
Destroys files.
yeah, goes in that office or goes in PD and gets in the evidence room and steals 15 grams of cocaine, I mean, that's a major issue.
No, I agree.
It's gonna cost a lot more than us having them come out and do the necessities.
I agree. Okay.
So the survey, like if I take y'all around or the directors take y'all around, is free.
Yeah.
And then y'all will go back and get numbers, and that's whenever we'll decide.
Correct. So we'll survey them based on the size of the building. We'll give you a cost per building to do the design. Because some of these, we might have to actually do some sort of CAD drawings to them, you know what I mean? I know we got a picture out of this building, but at that point, once we realize how big they are, how detailed they are, then we can say, okay, this building's gonna cost you $500. This one's gonna cost you, you know, we'll get you those costs per
Yeah,
building.
what
but-
you're gonna be paying for is all the time that's gonna be spent by our CAD guys, but also the communication back and forth with you or whoever it is with the city, and coming out here, walking, communicate. You know, there's gonna be a lot of emails, there's gonna be a lot of phone calls, because we need a ton of input to know exactly what you want, so that's all that is.
You see this as an RFP issue?
Dean, if we go over, what, 50,000, it has to go out to bid, and
That's right. But you have your $50,000 threshold for competitive bidding, so, I mean, it sounds like this is a professional service. So, we can look at different options there, but, I mean, I guess, what'd you say, 1,500 for the survey?
For the design.
Yeah, we're thinking about
Design,
1,500 probably
survey.
designs from the buildings we've seen is kind of what we're just ballparking, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
The surveys, we'll look at the buildings, we'll come out and look at them and see what's there, and then we can give you a design cost from that point, but like Mike said, I bet it's not, probably around $1,500 is what I would guess, based off of what we've seen so far, so.
Yeah, so I would say this, I mean, once you get the quote, depending on the amount, if you're over the $50,000 cap, then come back to city council for final approval.
okay, and to his question, do we need to do an RFP, or does it not, since it's not like a CPA or an attorney?
Yeah, so the list, what you're asking about is a professional service, right? So the list for your professional services is found in Texas Government Code, Chapter 2254, and it's not an exclusive list. A lot of cities will do like an RFQ or RFP process because they kind of want to figure out, you know, what the competition looks like out there. They might have someone in mind. Or do y'all have engineers on staff? Yeah. So, you know, engineering fits within a category of your professional services under Texas law. It just depends on the scope and nature of the services. So I would say take a look at what they're proposing. If it fits within the professional services, then you're good to go. If you feel like it's not exactly a professional service, that you might want to go out for competitive bids with other companies, you can do that. I mean, you can always do that. And just so y'all know, I mean, they've already said they'll provide you the documents. You're paying for the plan, right? And that's professional service to draw up the plan. It's a public document. Once that document is in your possession, the city owns it. Okay? That's how we draft our contracts for professional services. It is city property. So you're paying for the cost to have that design plan. Now, if you want to take that, like you said, and go out and solicit other people, they could also propose on it. And you could open the door to more competition. So it just depends on how you want to do it.
So your discretion, I guess?
You want to at least have them look at all of
yeah.
our buildings and see, come back with a number and.
Yep.
Yes.
How long have we had the
Yes.
code system, the punch code, keypads?
I installed the one at the fire department 10 years ago. They may have changed it since then, but it kind of looked the same.
And so I can add too, I mean, some of the budget questions you have, like for example, the municipal court should have, there should be a portion of the dollars that go to
Security.
building security. And so you might have enough already in your municipal court fund for whatever you need for that building or room or wherever it is.
Okay.
When are we gonna be briefed on these security issues?
Guess whenever we go to executive session at some point. So we do want to move forward with the surveys?
Yes.
Okay. I'll get a hold of y'all and get y'all in touch with the directors. Thank y'all.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you for your time.
Thanks, y'all, appreciate it.
Thank you.
See the rest on YouTube.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Item A, discussion and possible action regarding any shot clock items. Glenn, what's on the upcoming agendas? I know there's some for early in July.
We've got a couple. Is this supposed to be off?
Oh, no, could you please turn it back on? Thank you.
Okay. We have a project called the 3S Edition. It's 2 lots. It's one big lot being divided into 2 smaller lots. It was received at City Hall on the 7th. We have reviewed it and recommend approval of that plat. That's a final plat. Deal Estates has a final plat in front of us on June 8. It was submitted to City Hall. A ETJ annexation was submitted along with the final plat. This project is not in our ETJ at this time, but we still have an opportunity to include it in our ETJ. One thing I need to point out to y'all is this project, none of the property is adjacent to existing or contiguous with adjacent. The words. It's not contiguous with any of our current ETJ. It would be an island. The O'Reilly Auto Parts store has finally provided us with a development plat on the 26th of this month, which was, Monday? We've reviewed it. We've given you a letter recommending approval of that plat. And then we have another project in front of y'all called 303 North Main. It's a zoning change. I'm not sure how long we have to act on a zoning change, but that's in the works, being run through. And the other thing I'd like to ask about is the River Hills petition where they wanted consent for them to move forward with their municipal utility district, Johnson County MUD number 3. Did y'all take action on that on Saturday?
Yes, we rejected the petition.
Okay, thank you. That's what I was hoping to hear from you. I want to apologize to each of you. I was unaware of the Saturday meeting, especially to the young lady that was in the back that came to speak earlier about me not being in attendance at meetings and not being here Saturday. I had the opportunity on Saturday to bury my daughter-in-law's brother. So, no offense meant, but that took priority on my Saturday. And that was a 3-hour event to say goodbye to a young man that had served his country, but then fell down to pancreatic cancer at age 49, which was a terrible shock to our whole family. The other projects, the only other thing that you have in front of you that I have looked at that I don't think a decision has been made yet is the Cornerstone Ridge project. That project, I know there's some discussion and debate about whether or not it was properly annexed into the city. I will tell you all that I have seen the minutes from the meeting of December 6, 2022. I've also watched the video of the meeting on December 6, 2022. There was action taken by this council at approximately minutes number 33 to 38 on that video, where Councilmember Whitehead moved to approve the annexation. Councilmember Pappenfuss seconded. There were 4 aye votes. There was 1 abstention. So that has been passed as far as an annexation request has been approved. The fact that it hasn't been put into black and white yet that lies squarely on the shoulders of city staff. And it lies squarely on the shoulders of staff and the city's attorney at that time. Frankly, it wasn't done. And I'm sure that was in the period of time when they were all talking about going home and just said, someone else can get to it. And now we're 6 months later and someone else hasn't gotten to it yet. But we're in a position where the property has been annexed. We have a plat in front of us, and the shot clock's gonna run out on the 12th. The plat was originally entered on May 9th. I sent it back as incomplete, and on June 12th, it came back to me, and on June 16th, we sent out a letter to the city recommending approval of that. So I don't know how everything works. Council will have to advise you as far as that goes, but the revised and corrected plat was received in our office on 6/12.
Mr. Bryce, can I interrupt just a second?
Of course.
I'm writing all of these down. Where is the list? This is what we had in item B, but now I don't see O'Reilly, 303 North Main, River Hills. Of course, that one was from last week. Cornerstone Ridge, and you haven't even addressed any of these. I'm lost. Am I looking at the right stuff here, or? Because my shot clock looks completely different than what you've said. Not your fault, of course.
I have not seen what you have.
This is what I have.
You're welcome.
If I may say something, please. I did prepare that list from files that I had in the office. So I was going by dates that I had available to me and the materials available.
I see that, there it is, there's that.
Well, sure, let's take a look at these. I can run down these with you because a lot of them are dead and gone. Massengale's annexation request. Do you need this back, Ms. Vargas?
Yeah, when you're done.
Okay,
It's
thank
okay.
you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Massengale has requested annexation. I haven't seen that document at all. Carolyn Sons and Investments, that's the Tuboscope edition. I thought that had already been annexed. I thought we voted on that at the January 6 meeting. I'm sorry, June 6.
Which one was that one?
Tuboscope, it's Carolyn Sons Investment, Tuboscope edition.
And you said it was approved when?
I think it was approved on June 6.
Is that a city annexation or ETJ annexation?
They annexed into the city. They were already immediately adjacent to city limits. That's on County Road 1001. The next one, the Oliveira project, that's laying in front of you at this time. It doesn't have a, I don't know how long you have to move on an annexation request. I'm sorry, but that one is active. Jeremy Deal Estates is one we just discussed, an annexation request that's not contiguous to any of our ETJ at this time. Donahue Consulting is Corner Ridge, we've discussed that. Jeremy Deal is Deal Estates that we've just discussed. Double Rock Homes, Darrell Scoggins, Eagle Creek Phase 2 was approved on June 6, I believe. Or it was it June 6th or was it? Too many papers. Double Rock Homes, Eagle Creek Phase 2 was approved on June 6. JWM Minerals, Gary Hahn, that's 710 Ranch Project. They came in and Kathleen received a call from their attorney threatening to sue the city if we didn't approve their final plat. And she asked me, what do I do? I sent a note to the developer, Mr. Hahn, and to his surveyor and explained that they can't file for a final plat until they've completed construction. And they went, oh. So that one is way back. They haven't even, the last time I was out by the project, they had not even cut any dirt, moved any dirt yet. John Hoffman, KMGEP Edition. I am unfamiliar with that project completely, unless it has a different name. The new Malik Inc. is, there's a Malik Edition final plat that was submitted on May 26th. I rejected that. I sent a letter to the city rejecting that plat and told them to come back, try again. And they did come back with another plat called Quickway. And Quickway was also rejected in an email. A&A
That's out there
LLC.
by, I'm sorry, that's out there by Coyote Creek then, by the water tower?
Yes, Coyote Crossing, yes, sir.
Coyote Crossing, I mean,
One
I'm
of
sorry.
them is right at the entrance of Coyote Crossing, and another one is back south across from the water tank, the elevated tank. There were two different pieces of property. The A&A LLC is the 3S edition that we discussed just a minute ago, and that's the one that I have recommended approval on this evening. That gets us through that list.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Are there others that you have questions about that I can help with?
So it seems that there's constant issues with our requirements, what developers need, what we require from them to actually get their approvals.
Well, these folks started, Mr. Pepperfuss, these folks started 2 years ago on their project. They've had a very, very difficult time getting approval from the gas company, because there's gas lines going in every which direction on their 12 lots, 14 lots maybe. There's gas lines all over, and they've had a hard time dealing with the energy company on that. That's been over a year in negotiations. Apparently, they didn't look on our website to see that we had rules and regs, so I sent them to them. And I've been doing that with, whenever I get a project that comes in and I reject it, or I send it back for corrections, I send a copy of our rules for planning and land subdivision to them. And I reference them to go to our subdivision ordinance number 154.
So does it list out exactly what they need to submit for a preliminary?
Line by line.
Okay.
It tells them contours have to be shown at this many feet intervals.
Well, I mean, like, they have to submit this application and these supporting documents.
Yes, sir, absolutely. It's a checklist,
Okay.
basically.
Well, that's good, because that's going to be required January 1st.
A checklist.
Yes.
We have one prepared in our office that we use when we check out the plans every time.
But do we currently publish that, like, on our website? Because September 1st, it goes into effect.
I don't know that it's on the website. I don't know that it's a part of the rules for planning and land subdivision, but we can absolutely make it a part of that.
All right. Yeah, because, I mean, September 1st, it goes into effect. It came out of this last legislature. It's bill number 3699. And it requires all plat application materials to be published on your city website. And I'll give y'all a copy of this from what I got today. But, so hopefully, and I wasn't trying to get it like you were doing something wrong, hopefully that'll alleviate a lot of that, because they'll have a list. And if they don't do that list, then, well, sorry about your bad luck. You didn't do it right.
Well, it streamlines the process for them. There's no confusion.
Yes. And thank you for your coworkers for putting that on today.
And not to interrupt, but having a lot of experience with fighting down here, it's in your municipal ordinances. If somebody actually takes the time, they go out to the website, they go to the Godley Code of Ordinances, it's actually spelled out in there. It's in your public works section under download. And it's also, yeah, so it's there, it's just.
You find it easy to navigate that area, or is it a little more difficult than it should be? Because I'd like to make it easier for folks if
Me
necessary.
too. More
Good?
user-friendly.
Okay,
I mean, it is what it is.
okay.
What I find difficult, and I'm sure Glenn may be into this, is that for a while, there was one day a month that you could submit your plat. And that was one day. You had to get your stuff in, because that's what started the clock. So someone has to go through, and they have to look at when you're gonna have your town council meeting, and then they have to go into the calendar and say, oh, 30 days before that, that's our snow day. And then you're not getting this piecemeal, all this stuff on different days, et cetera. It's all coming in on one day. And all those are gonna be voted on, or, they get reviewed, rejected, whatever. But 30 days later, you know what I mean, is when action, if action is appropriate, gets taken. But someone has to be proactive and go into the calendar and actually put it on there, that this is our submittal date. And if you make it, you make it. If you don't, don't.
Exactly.
So the city of Grandview actually does that. They do one day, and 3699 allows you to do a submittal calendar now. So some
And-
good things came out of legislature, not just all bad.
Frankly, I would prefer that, Because your former city administrator used to go into the calendar and looking at when meeting dates were, 28 days before meeting date, so that we didn't violate, we made sure we wouldn't violate the shot clock. 28 days prior to that was plat submittal day. You submitted all your stuff on that day. It got reviewed here, like we discussed at our last meeting, it got reviewed here in office, and then it came to me for my review, and then it came back to y'all for vote. And the process worked very well. Right now, these things come in every day of the week, anytime during the month. And all I have to rely on is the date that's on the submittal form when it comes to me, and trust that the gentleman that, or lady that turned that form in actually put the date they turned it in on. There was one that I got recently on the development plat for O'Reilly that was dated in, the date up here was May, but they didn't turn it in until mid-June.
Are those not time-stamped when they come in to us?
The-
Whatever the date is on the form,
I,
we time-stamp it or
I
something.
have never seen anything with a timestamp in 30-plus years here.
It's all paper, so I mean, if it was digitally submitted, sure, but
We're requiring most stuff to be digitally submitted now. I would prefer it much more than paper.
Are these items that we have to vote on to implement them into our procedures, or is this something that we can direct staff just what we want and they can go put that update with the calendar to do those things on a regular basis? To me, that's goes back to staffing qualifications.
Dean, that's a question for you.
Yeah, so you have a statutory mandate now, so I understand you don't have a city administrator at this point. I mean, if you want to direct staff to do it, now's the time, but otherwise it has to be done no matter what. So someone's got to do it for compliance with the law.
Who's
New
been
laws.
updating the website?
Uh,
Who's been updating and keeping the website up?
I have.
You have? So is that something you feel like that you could do, put all our compliance stuff in there, or is that, I mean, I know you got your plate full, so is it something we need to look elsewhere, or?
I'll start doing that.
Oh,
Well, Ms. Rodriguez, the rules of platting and subdivision, land subdivision, those were prepared in my office.
okay.
And I can update them in nanoseconds, electronically.
Okay.
It's not a problem. Prior to the time that staffing left, and we're now looking for new staffing, our office stopped putting anything on the website. We were asked to stop putting things on the website, and that's fine. Not offended whatsoever. We have access to your website. We don't use it.
Okay.
One man in my office has access. I don't know how to get in. I don't want to know. That's why I've got a millennial.
Well, good.
On our,
Well, there you go. You don't have to do
on
it.
our website, there's a link to your information that you have.
Yes, sir,
your
there
plot.
is.
It's all there.
Yes, sir.
So someone can go to the website, and they may not see what they want, but they can go to a link and get anything they want from the city.
But if they have access,
That's
can
supposed
do
to
it
happen.
that
It's
time.
supposed to have already happened.
I think that is the case, Roger.
What I wanted to look at, I found that, that's supposed to happen. You may not have all the information on the website per se, but you have a link to get you wherever you wanna go. That's past 2 years ago.
You're talking about all the hyperlinks to
Yeah,
Yes.
reference
so
material.
anybody wants to know something, they can go to the city website and find it, either find it or find a link to where they can get it.
Right. And we can update the rules, and we can add the checklist into the rules. We'll just change the cover sheet on the rules to say amended on such and such a date. And if you want us to bring that before y'all, before we amend it, the pages we're gonna add or delete, absolutely that can be done.
How does that work on your fee schedule? Because it's not engineering fee, is that administration fees, or is
My
the
fee
fee?
schedule is by the hour. If I spend time at your behest, I charge you a whopping $125 an hour.
But I'm saying if these are administrative fees from your office and it's not actually you engineering, it's the same?
I don't have an administration person.
Oh, I thought you said another guy in the office did it, sorry.
He does, but he also does permit applications and wastewater treatment plant design.
So
and-
they're still 125 an hour, is what I'm trying to get at, okay.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. It's much less money for y'all to pay here, pay staff that is already employed. And I don't have a problem with not doing that. I can provide that stuff to staff and allow it to be put up, or I can provide it to any of y'all. That's not a problem to me. It's just a matter of, we correct the document. Once it's corrected or changed or revised, edited, whatever you want to call it, we can certainly send that to y'all to do with as you see fit. And that would be fine with me.
I would also suggest, and again, this is just the voice of experience. I've been doing this for a pretty good while, like 30 years, okay? I would suggest that since you don't have a city administrator, that when the applications come in, it goes straight to the mayor pro tem, and then he signs off on it, and he gives them the Glenn. And then that way, everybody knows what's going on, but it follows a chain of command. And then when you do hire a city administrator, that just gets given to him, but it still doesn't stop the flow.
Yeah.
But that's part of where the disconnect has been coming in, is because things have been coming in, of course, kind of randomly, and on different days, you know what I mean? And then people have other stuff going on, but then there's no flow to it. You know what I mean? So then sometimes, I know, most likely, it may take a week or something for something to get to where it needs to be, but really, it needs to be there a week more. You know what I mean? Because obviously, everybody's got stuff going on. And again, just a suggestion, is that when it hits all the submittals are made to the city secretary, to her email, to her office, and then it goes from her to Mr. Pattonfoot, and then from Mr. Pattonfoot, it's his job to disseminate it, to go in and to the powers that be, and other council members where people can see, but then everybody knows what's going on all the time.
It needs to be the process needs to be streamlined.
Create some cross duties too, so that one person's not doing everything. Therefore, if there's any discrepancies, there's two people instead of one.
Which I would like to say thank you, Glenn, because you have been sending me a lot of the stuff in emails, and it's been eye-opening.
I try to inundate your email.
Oh, you do, you do. But I appreciate it, because it lets me know about projects that are going on, and then I can reference your Google Earth and be like, okay, that's there, that's what we're talking about.
Yes.
So,
Yes, and thank you for coming with updates on all of this for us too, because
Sure, I mean,
that helps.
all of that information is available. Your list is different than mine because I just looked at what was current. Some of those are 3, 4, 5 months old, and that's okay. I mean, and again, I'm trying to give y'all as much information as I can, contrary to what the young lady in the back said earlier. And, I wish she had stuck around so I could explain to her why I wasn't here for council for several months.
Well, but the thing is, I mean, as city staff, we have to also realize that the citizens have a right to a voice, and that's her opinion.
And that's fine.
And, yeah, so we can't tell them that they can't speak their truth, so,
Okay. She just said what she thought.
yeah, exactly.
I would have been happy to explain things to her later, but that's okay.
Yes, sir.
I just want to add, just so everyone's clear on the timeline, it says, this is what the new law says, as soon as practicable after the effective date of this act, but not later than January 1, 2024. So just so everyone understands, January 1, 2024, each municipality shall adopt and publish the list. It doesn't really say, and this is a problem we always have with new laws, right? They don't say the governing body shall adopt. It's assuming the municipality. So what I would do, just to err on the side of caution, is have the list approved by your city council.
Okay.
Don't have any questions of me? Thank you.
so there is no action to take on item A. It was originally meant to actually put the shot clock items on there, but at least we got to discuss them. We'll have to have another meeting to get those approvals that are early July.
Are you already considering some sort of implementation plan for the one submittal day rule? Because that's really I like that rule a lot.
I do too.
It was really eye-opening at our meeting. So yes, there's lots of ideas flowing around, but I'll have to get with Dean and make sure that it follows the new laws. That way we're not doing something now and 4 months down the road, we're having to change it.
And will this be something that we will allow the engineer, like he was saying, they have easy access to update that stuff to do?
So we need to create in Excel, you can do a project tracker. And if it has a 30-day timeline, it'll count down the days you have until that project is overdue. It'll go from green to yellow to red. I mean, there's so many tools we can use that we don't utilize just because A, we don't have staffing, and B, staffing that we did have, they didn't know how to utilize those. But going forward, as we get new staffing, I mean, we need to start utilizing things like that. But
What was the gentleman's name that was talking, about the 1 day and left?
He's the engineer on several projects that are under construction around the city.
Item B, discussion and possible action on Hawkins Airport addition. So this is on the agenda because I was approached about it. I had no idea what what they were talking about. There were no city records that related to it, so I asked him to come to the council instead of just coming to me. That way y'all were aware of what was going on, and we could somehow fix it or get it back on track. But they've already done the petition, so the ball's already rolling.
So educate me, why do we want anyone in the ETJ?
Well, after this legislative, go ahead.
Councilman, the developer wants into our ETJ because quite frankly, the city of Godley is much easier to deal with than Johnson County. Johnson County requires a minimum of 150-foot frontage. We'll allow him to do 143 or even 149. It's just a convenience thing that the Johnson County SUD was, he had problems with them as far as water service was coming along because the paperwork wasn't filed that said he was in our ETJ, and Johnson County SUD wanted wider lots and more room. The surveyor for the developer has accommodated a Johnson County SUD easement, but the county itself has not yet found the paperwork. Again, this is another one of those instances, but this is a long time ago. We first met with Mr. Oliveras and his wife probably 2 years ago, maybe a little bit longer than that, and worked through all of the development procedures and everything else. He went out and hired an engineer and a surveyor and got everything done up. He submitted plans. We reviewed them. We sent them back for corrections. He submitted plans again. We got through those just fine. We've approved the plans on this project months ago. I believe in April, the plans were approved. And
I'm sorry, let me kind of,
am I going around in those?
well, no, just, I'm saying in general, let's say let's say it's not Hawkins. Let's say it's somebody that's never had a problem anyway, at all. They just want to come in to the extraterritorial jurisdiction of Godley. Why do we want that? Why does the city of Godley want to approve that?
I don't know.
So whenever you have your ETJ and we can regulate a little bit, we're trying to, so we want our city to look a certain way.
Yeah.
Right outside those doorsteps is our ETJ. If we were to not regulate in our ETJ, you could have a pig farm next to a subdivision. I stole that from the meeting today, but,
But what regulatories do we have in the ETJ? I mean, did we not discuss ours is lower than the counties?
But it is.
it just depends. Yes, like floodplain, theirs is 3 feet, ours is 2 feet.
What
and
about
once we-
roadways?
Once we revisit the interlocal agreement, then we'll need a redlined copy of what's different and what maybe we should change to go up to their standards, or needs to be a cohesive relationship, in my opinion.
Agreed.
Um,
This is out in Sky Ranch, right? The airport, the Hawkins Airport?
No, may I speak?
Oh, sure.
From the very beginning, we were told
Up
we
here.
had to come
If you don't want
to work through the city because we were in the city's ETJ, which is confirmed by the map. That was never a question.
Can you turn that mic on, sir?
When Rice's,
No, I was thinking just not particularly on this particular, I understand you've had this problem.
Okay.
Again, I was thinking just in general, so, it's not that I'm criticizing your application or anything like
I'm not taking that
that.
as a criticism at all.
I'm just wondering, as a rookie here, why do we want someone in the ETJ? It makes sense what
Yeah,
the Mayor Pro Tem
regulatory.
said. It makes sense.
And to add to that, the only reason, in the beginning, we found out we were in the city's ETJ, therefore, we had to go through the city. That's what was told to us was the process, and that's why we did that. The rules are fairly similar to the county. As a matter of fact, the other consideration that we had, if we have any issues with the simple ETJ annexation petition, is to go through the county, because we will meet the requirements of the county. But at this point, we've gone through this whole process with the city, and it's only a matter of one simple document which can't be found. So we thought the easiest way to fix that was to produce that new document.
I get you.
As long as it's accepted, and we can move forward.
In ETJ, nobody has it has less regulations than anything else. The city has our regulations. The county has their regulations. The ETJ, the city has limited regulations. So basically, anything can be put into an ETJ.
The pig farm.
I think it can be the way I've read it, now whether I'm right or not, but you can put apartments there, you can put small lots there, you can put tiny homes there, you can put, the same type of housing they have over at Crescent there. It's hard, the regulations are hard for what they come into. And apparently in the past, it didn't matter what we wanted, what the city wanted, because tiny lots came into the ETJ. Tiny homes came into the ETJ. 5,000 square foot next to 3 acre homes that came into. So if a guy instead of having one neighbor, now he has 6 neighbors in his backyard.
Yeah.
And the ETJ, there's very limited regulation. There will be some more with Mosaic when we get through with Mosaic. I'm not, Glenn, before, my understanding is just, we can regulate some of the roads, we can regulate some of the size, but we're limited on what we can tell them they can and can't do. They basically say, this is what we want, they can do it. In the city they can't, in the county they cannot.
I make a motion to approve Hawkins Airport addition into the Godley ETJ.
That's not what the agenda item's about, but
Oh.
this is just so he had an opportunity to come. If we want that on a future agenda, we can, but
Oh, okay.
On your plot, and I think Glenn said this too, and you did too, that you not only meet our standards, you meet the county standards. Does that
Yeah.
mean the road and not just the setbacks and the property, but
Actually,
the roads?
Yeah, actually, our road is being built to county standards. And so it would be, in fact, one of the conversations I had with the engineer, Jeremy Deal, I said, I asked him, because I don't know all the details, and I asked him, I said, Jeremy, I know we've gone out of our way to meet all the requirements, and how difficult would it be to switch gears now and go through the county? And his answer was, I don't think it'd be difficult at all, because we should meet all the requirements. It's just a matter of starting a new process. And, you know, I debated it, but I thought, well, if that's really only over at ETJ annexation, which obviously it must have been done in the past. I mean, that map didn't color itself. So I figured I would just do that and keep moving forward. Glenn's already familiar with our project. You know, we've worked with him and everyone else. So that's the reason.
What is the action item on this then?
It was just so that they could come here and discuss, because I didn't even really know anything about it, so.
Okay.
I thought it would be best or more beneficial for everyone to hear how it's gone down in the past, how we screwed up on paperwork again. So this is the ETJ map for Johnson County. And if I'm not mistaken, y'all's property's right here.
Right there, yeah. It's a little bit to the left there where you had your
Right here.
your cursor.
Well, somewhere right here.
Yeah, somewhere right there.
So
Yeah.
it doesn't extend all the way down here, or it doesn't go over.
No.
So what,
Doesn't touch our ETJ at this time?
no, not a, this is Johnson County's map, updated June 20.
So the purple is our ETJ?
Yes, that is our ETJ.
So can you bring them in without being continuous and touching? And there being property in between what's existing and theirs?
Is there anything
I am almost
statutorily
done.
that allows us to hop, skip, and jump properties?
It needs to be contiguous and
Yeah.
adjacent to the extraterritorial jurisdiction.
It has to be touched.
So currently, we couldn't,
Contiguous and adjacent.
because there's properties over here. Glenn, is there anything proprietary on your Google Earth? Okay.
Is this updated? Current?
So
Yeah,
that is where the ETJ was. Here, I can put them side by side.
Yeah, and I might have been mistaken, but when I looked at the map, the yellow map that you guys have on the wall here, that looked like we were on it.
Where am I even at?
You saying there's a map up there?
There. Lonesome Road is on the, it's on the west side of the property, yes. And Missy, to answer your question, there's a map here somewhere. I don't know where it's at, but I have pictures of it.
Oh,
So a lot of our maps are extremely old, need to be updated, need to be posted on this wall so we can look at them whenever we're making decisions. And that's why,
Where does Lonesome Road turn and go south?
Okay, so
Right
at,
there.
you see it's kind of like an upside down L, right? On the left corner, that's where it turns and goes south.
Is that right up there at the intersection where the L is on the ETJ map?
so it doesn't quite go to the intersection, so I.
That's
is
correct,
that
yeah,
considered
So it's
contiguous?
that entire
yes.
tract up there, and I would think we're on the street next to it. So I have that very corner. Is that,
Well, but that's the bend right here.
Yep, that's a little
So
bend right there.
That property is, y'all's property's over here and that,
that property to the north on Google Earth, just to the north of the hand, that's in our ETJ.
yes, that's ETJ and that's
All
the
those homes.
property.
Those homes are in our ETJ?
No, not according to their mapping. Because that would be right here, those homes.
so it's not touching, we can't
So
take it in.
that property is
So whoever
right
did this
here,
is telling me
so it doesn't touch the E ETJ.
Can you get to the Johnson County interactive maps?
Yes.
Can I ask you to do one thing though first, Mike? look at the bottom corner where we've got that little square out. How does that get contiguous? Because I see a white line through there. Is that just the road?
Yeah,
That's
these
just
are all
the
touching.
county road,
Yeah,
but
it's
it,
10:06.
okay.
That's what?
10:06. 10:06 and 9:13 is where the property's at.
Mr. Alvear, have you paid fees and things for applications to us?
Not yet, because we have not
Okay.
filed a formal application. We've been through the review process.
Okay.
And the last item on the construction is the road, which we were actually getting ready to contract to be done when we got wind that, the county was, wanting to take over jurisdiction over the project. And so naturally, we stopped.
Yeah.
But that's the last major item, other than little bitty things that will need to be done after that.
Okay.
So those are those houses. This is where the ETJ is. That's Lonesome Road. And one of these are y'all's property. I guess that giant L.
You'll break the quorum.
Remember, I did that.
We told him. We called. We need a break. We'll have to call for a break.
No, didn't know that.
Where is that?
Mayor Pro Tem, while you're looking that up, can we do a 5-minute break?
Sure. It is 20:33, gonna take a 5-minute recess.
And the reason being is there's only 4 of us up here, so if one walks off, we just broke the quorum. So we have to do this all correctly.
I did it last week. I just walked
I
up,
understand
got
that.
out, walked out like an idiot, so.
Yeah, this is,
We won't
that's a lot
discuss
for you
this
guys
until
to
they
sit
get
there
back.
for that long.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's the ETJ right there, overlaid. So if that's the current ETJ, then that map that I have a picture of is incorrect or old or outdated or whatever.
Yes, sir.
And according to what I'm hearing is that if that's correct, then we don't even qualify to be in the city's ETJ.
And that's what I would say. I think that's what the attorney was saying.
Let's just wait till the phone comes back.
But that's what you had said. He needs to be contiguous to the basement.
And that's what the letter says too.
Yeah.
So you're gonna have, it's not just this, but state law has changed. Big time, as far as ETJ is concerned. There's maybe even likelihood that it's something that will go away.
ETJs can't go away altogether?
I mean, the way that they've written these new laws, it was designed to basically stop ETJ expansion, there are people that can now disannex on their own. So lots of weird laws, and we just haven't figured out how they really apply.
Gotcha.
So it just,
It's not a major concern for us because we were just trying to go the easiest path, the path of what we thought would be the path of least resistance, and especially with, Glenn being familiar with our project and already worked with the city and.
And the one thing I can provide to you, whether a plan approval, you can take back to the county.
Turn this on.
Never mind.
I'll stand here until you guys let me know you're done with me.
So it is 2039. We'll come back from recess. Still working on item B. So currently that property is right here. The ETJ per Johnson County, 8 days ago, is over here. It has to be contiguous, so these properties would have to be ETJ for this to be ETJ. There's nothing we
Probably nothing
can,
else to discuss, right? Yeah.
I mean, I
Yeah,
hate
it
to say
doesn't look
that,
like
but
there's anything that we can do. I mean, it doesn't,
I'm,
it's not
I'm
contiguous.
all, on behalf of the city, I'm sorry that
Yes,
prior people wasted your time.
Yeah.
Agreed.
yeah.
But, you know, that was so long ago, I don't fault anybody, and, Mr. Hawkins was fighting dementia when I bought the land from him, so he certainly won't remember, sadly. But I appreciate y'all's time.
Yes, sir.
Now, we apologize for all the inconvenience to
Something
you
changes,
guys
we'll-
and,
Now, the city has been great to deal with, you know, Glenn Bryce has been great, and we, the good news is that we do meet, I hope we meet all of the county's requirements, I guess we're about to find out. But, that's what we'll have to do.
okay.
But thank you very much.
Do you
Yes,
have-
sir. Have a
Thank
good
you for
evening.
coming.
Do you have the county's information, or do you need that? Do you have the county's information, or do you need that?
If you have it, I'd love to have it.
Do you have an email? I can email it all to you.
Yes, let me,
That's the least we could do for you.
I appreciate it. Here's my email address, is at the very bottom top, it's LCL-OLNVEIRA. It's an IRA, I don't know if you got VEIRA.
BEIRA, yes.
Okay. All right, thank you so much.
No problem. And I'll let them know on our end it's not contiguous, and hopefully she'll work with you.
Sounds good, thank you so much.
Thank you. I do have a question. Did you say with the new passage of laws, oh, never mind, we can't discuss that. Never mind. Never mind. I just didn't know how that would apply to that scenario if they decided they wanted to be annexed into the city instead of being in the ETJ. Is that with the new laws, is that something?
Yeah, I think that's something he probably needs to talk to his attorney or his engineers about. There is a lot of movement in the law right now. I mean, just with ETJ annexation, there were significant carve-outs now. So we're wondering what, if anything, will happen to power in the ETJ, if there is even ETJ that really exists anymore.
That's what I'm saying. If there's not, and he just chooses, say that that is the case, there's not an ETJ, hypothetically, and he says, I want to be annexed and go by the city's requirements, is that a possibility, or is that still kind of?
Yeah, I think it's just in flux. I mean, I'd really have to sit down and kind of analyze that.
Okay.
But I think he probably has an attorney that can do that for him. And so I'd be happy to work together with him if that's what y'all want to do.
Well, we'll take a look at the whole thing and see what we consider going forward. The only challenge, and we didn't get that far here, it won't matter anymore, but there is a little section of the road, Lonesome Road, that has a 50-foot easement. And we don't own it. It's, you know, there's one owner on one side, another owner on the other side. And the county requires a 60-foot easement. And the city requires a 50-foot easement. So we meet on that little one section, which is probably about, I don't know, 40, 50 feet. We don't meet the county's requirement. We meet it everywhere else. You know, and I learned that afterwards, after we had already chosen to work through the city. Well, we didn't make that choice. It was an easy choice because we thought we were in the city ETJ. And so it was kind of a go with the flow at that point.
So yeah, that's one of the things I think, you know, if you have an attorney, have him look at these new legislation that just passed. I mean, just like recently, and see if that might be something y'all would be a possibility for y'all in the future, because the ETJs may not exist anymore, so we don't.
I'm not sure how well versed he is in those laws, but especially being new laws, I guess nobody's gonna be well versed in it.
Yeah, that's,
So we'll take a look at it and see how it works out.
Good luck, sir.
Yeah,
Thank you.
for the advice, I appreciate it.
thank you.
again.
Have a good evening.
Do we want to blow through some of these that aren't going to be in executive session, looking at resumes and get those out, get those done? Or did you have this in a particular order because you wanted it in this order?
I mean, whatever y'all want to do.
We can get a lot of this done and just quick, like, I mean, are we going to, we can't deny in, so we got to do in. That's an easy one, right? And then,
No, that's not an easy one.
it's not an easy one. Okay,
H through L will be quick, but the rest of them will be,
you want to just do those first, get those out of the way, and then go to the long stuff?
so you want to move items H through L between B and C?
Sure.
Everybody okay with that?
Yeah. Which one are we doing first? H?
Yes.
Item H, discussion and possible action to approve a resolution to remove AC McGehee from the city's bank account and add new signatories.
Make motion to approve a resolution to remove AC McGehee from the city's bank account and add new signatories.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
I have a motion and a second. Do I have any further discussion?
How many people are we gonna put? Are we gonna put like 2 people must sign, then have an alternate ready to go in case one of those 2 people are not there anymore?
So this is just adding signatories. Section 2 of the resolution states the city council designates and authorizes the following city officers to act as signatories for the city for any check, draft, withdrawal, or use of municipal funds in accordance with a city council approved expenditure. Mayor, mayor pro tem, or city secretary. We're trying to restrict the mayor, so at this point, I would say remove that language unless we legally can't.
Wait, remove,
Remove the mayor from the, where it says mayor, mayor pro tem, or city secretary. And I know you didn't write this.
oh, because I think it's assuming that the mayor has resigned, right?
Yes.
Okay, so do you want to come back after the special election, after mayors have been elected? We would need to come back and redo this ordinance or resolution? Is that what you're anticipating?
Yes, because
So-
we'll need to add
so
the
for
mayor.
now- Yeah, so you want the resolution with mayor removed, so you're just looking at mayor pro tem, and then who else?
And city secretary.
City secretary.
Because we'll need to come back and put the mayor in, probably remove the mayor pro tem, and put the city administrator,
Right.
so. And that's how the bank wants it, whenever I talk to their CFO and attorney.
So we're going to strike the mayor. It's also signed by James A.C. McGehee, so is that going to stick? Do we need his signature
Well, I think
for the
it's-
resolution?
It's his signature tonight.
Yeah, so we'll need to remove mayor from section 2, and then change the name on the signing line to say my name.
Can we do that tonight and get it done tomorrow?
I don't see why not.
Yeah, okay.
Absolutely. Mhm.
All right.
So will this be the strikeout, correct?
This one, and then on the other
Right
side.
there.
Yeah, just Mac, he
Yeah.
goes out. What's your middle name? I'm just kidding.
Great, Stephen. And think about that.
With a PH?
V,
With a V?
I think.
Do you need another motion?
I
Or
need
an
you to
amended one?
amend your motion.
Is it V or PH?
I think it's V. My parents here.
All right, I'd like to amend my motion to approve a resolution to remove A.C. McGehee from the city's bank account and add new signatories with the caveat that in section 2 of the resolution, mayor, the word mayor be stricken, and the signature of the document itself will be the mayor pro tem.
So I have an amended motion on the floor to strike mayor in section 2 of the resolution and replace James A.C. McGehee, mayor, with Michael Pappenfuss, mayor pro tem, on the signature line. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
I have a motion and a second for the amended.
Aye.
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 Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Item I, discussion and possible action on canceling A.C. McGehee's City Bank Card.
Make motion to cancel A.C. McGehee's City Bank Card.
I'll second that. I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? No further discussion, Scott?
Aye.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Motion passes unanimously. Item J, discussion and possible action on assigning bank/credit cards to all department heads and outlining their use.
Where does the outlining their use come in?
So currently, Public Works is the only department head that does not have a credit card.
Okay.
Only signatories on the bank account will have a debit card. Right now, they're limited to $1,000 before it has to be paid off. So if they need something that's $1,002, they can't. If they buy something that's $999 and they need something that's $5, they can't buy that second one until that is paid down.
Okay.
I just wanted to make sure y'all were still okay with the $1,000. And it really comes into play whenever they need to make purchases, because if they're doing training and they need to pay for a hotel, well, that might be over $1,000. So,
How often are we spending over 1,000, do we know?
I mean, do you do it?
I have not yet. Most I've spent so far was bringing a fire engine back to Godley. It was $517, and then paying for Mr. Pappenfuss's training.
Okay, I make a motion to assign bank credit cards to all department heads and outline their use. Of course, they already have it, so should we just say Public Works, or does it matter?
You can just say all department heads.
All
'cause if
department
we-
heads. All right, then the original motion then.
I have a motion to assign credit cards to all department heads, outlining their use of $1,000. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
I have a motion and second. Any further discussion?
What
Yes.
triggers that, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead, no, please.
Just what triggers, how do we know when they're at their limit? Yeah, the $1,000 limit, is there, they just get rejected at the store? Or does the bank call you and say, hey, we're at this limit, do we know what to do?
So from what I've been told is they'll try to use it for something and it declines. So then they're like, okay, I mean, they keep track of it, but if they buy something and it doesn't go on the card for a couple days, and then they buy something else, that amount might be over the 1,000 until that's paid down.
Okay. How are we keeping track, how is the city keeping track of their purchases?
That's what I was gonna ask. How are these categorized in their expenses on their reports?
I would hope they were done through an expense report, but I don't know.
Is it something that y'all usually have to report broken down to what your expenditures are?
When we think when we spend something,
Mhm.
we need a receipt from that expenditure, the line item that was spent and those capital each year.
Okay, and then you break it down to whatever it is.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
Or you have any problems where you're not getting a receipt for something? You have 5 items, you have 5 transactions and 3 receipts. Are everybody keeping up with it right now?
No, because I usually call them and tell them where are these receipts, if I verified against the statement.
Okay.
You were verifying it once a month against a bank statement?
Every month when the credit card bills comes in, yes, sir.
Okay.
Good.
Maybe we ought to get a report on that for a little while till we get a city administrator or something. I don't know, something to think about.
Once we have staff, most cities get a monthly financial report, so we should get that once we get a city administrator.
Okay.
So do we vote now?
I have a motion on the floor and a second. Any further discussion? No further discussion, Scott?
Aye.
Yes.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Kathleen, would you like to get him a credit card, or do you want me to?
Contact the bank. I can
Well,
do that.
it won't be through ACS, it'll be through the credit cards that they use. Because ACS only does signatories as debit card holders.
I'm sorry, what?
ACS only does signatories as
Who's your
debit
credit
card
card through?
holders.
Who are the signatories now?
Yes, like right now, AC has the only bank card.
Yes, and we've turned that in. Back to the
But
bank.
they use credit cards.
He's going to get it.
Okay,
Yes.
Yes.
so whoever they use needs to be contacted.
So have we not seen any statements since you've been with us on their credit cards?
Yes.
Oh, you have?
I have, yes.
Do you know who the credit card's through?
The credit card is through, it's through, ACS, it's through the city bank.
So they have debit cards, not credit cards?
They have both, they could have debit or credit.
Yeah, so it's just a card that's like debit or credit, like a Visa debit card? Okay, but it's not like through Visa Discover, MasterCard?
Correct.
Okay. Are you aware of that?
I just know what their CFO told me, but I'm not on the account, so he couldn't tell me about our
Yeah,
City of
he's gonna
Godley
be-
account.
So it's the MasterCard debit? It is, to Austin County State Bank.
Okay, so that's through their credit card program, not, so the debit
Thank you, sir.
cards link directly to our general fund and O1 fund. Like, I will have access to our general fund with that debit card. They do not have access to that. It's a credit card. Banks usually do that because the fraudulent purchases are more protected on a credit card, whereas a debit card, they can spend whatever they want. And if it's a business, which we are, it's not, doesn't fall under their legal guidelines to give you your money back.
So he just had a debit card?
It's a MasterCard bank card, yeah.
Banks do credit cards as well.
I know, but I
But-
thought she said that was a debit card.
No, I mean, it's through the bank. It didn't say debit on it. I'm just
Okay.
saying, if it comes through the bank, usually they're Visa debit.
Okay.
ACS debit cards look like that.
Okay.
Well, no,
His-
a
his
debit
say-
card,
but his is
I don't want them
business,
having
yours is
debit
personal.
cards, I want them having an actual credit card, which I was just confused. I thought
Yeah.
Misty said it's a debit card.
Whenever I go get my signatory done tomorrow and get my debit card, I'll make sure. Item K, discussion and possible action on giving direction to city staff to change all codes on doors, gates, passwords, keys, etc.
Which city staff will do the changes? How will they be logged,
Record of them.
et cetera?
I would say that would fall to our Public Works Department.
Okay, so is Kevin going to then set the codes, keep track of the codes, provide codes to to Kathleen for storage, or what, or will they keep them?
I mean, that's up to us, I guess. They should be kept at City Hall.
How easy is it if a code is forgotten or someone didn't put it in right, is it to clear it and set it again?
For like the code at the fire, or the one at the fire department, I put in my master code and delete that user, or just change their code.
Okay.
It takes
Make a
45
motion
seconds.
to give direction to city staff to change all codes on doors, gates, passwords, keys, et cetera.
I have a
I'll
motion.
second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Just so, whoever changes them, he's gonna get with the head of the department And there, like the police station is not gonna have codes to the fire station. He's not gonna put one code everywhere.
So I don't know how y'all's, it's been the same code for years to get into y'all's. Can you do users?
It's not. We've actually, in January, changed all of our codes back there. So we have all brand new codes back there.
Who's storing those?
I have,
Okay, are you the only one that has them?
yes, now they don't have access to the control room and stuff, that's, but CJ's, we have to change it so often. So we changed all of our codes back there and tell you City Hall and Fire Department and Public Works, but PD has changed all of our codes.
Okay.
Nice.
Who keeps the master list? You keep the master list.
Just for PD.
And you don't distribute it to the city secretary or anybody else?
I would wait till we get administrator.
If you're not CJ's certified, you have to be escorted back there, police officer.
Okay.
So we need every single door done. We need the gates changed, the gates down at the wastewater treatment. Who all has keys to this building? Do we even know at this point?
I'll go with that one.
And that's why we need the
Kathleen,
access system.
Do you know if, I mean, past employees still have keys and access to this building?
No keys that I know of, no ma'am.
Have they been turned in?
I haven't seen keys. I do not have a single key to this building myself.
Well, how do you get in the front
enter through a
door?
gate code?
Yes, I enter through a code.
You park back in the fenced area
Yes,
and then
sir.
come in the back door?
Yes, sir.
And you don't have to key for the back door?
No, no ma'am.
So the code is still the same as it was from previous, okay. And what about the front door? No keys to it?
There's, no, just these keys that I use to unlock it. Just a little push key.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You have that. Do the
There's a
past
login
employees
key.
still have those?
Yeah, I just have it. I just
Oh.
have that.
Okay,
That's just for the inside.
Yeah, it's only for the
She
inside.
can't get into she can't get in from the outside.
okay.
But
Correct,
she can open the door so people can come and go, and then she locks it and give it that doggy key.
correct.
But that includes changing that passcode on that gate also.
Yes, all gates, all doors. Y'all can keep yours, because I know that's a whole separate laws and, but the fact that we don't have keys to our front door does it have a key on the exterior?
I was wondering, does that have a key? Or can you actually open that door with a key?
On the outside?
I would assume so.
I don't know. I think so.
There's a key.
So do you know where all the keys are to that door?
No ma'am.
We're gonna have to pay to change all the locks.
Yeah,
Or are we just gonna rekey the locks?
that needs
You
to be
might be able to
changed.
just rekey them.
Well,
Then again, if we're getting ready to, put an access system in,
yeah, but that's gonna take a while.
you can change this depending upon the type of lock. There's commercial grade locks, so usually you can go in and take the key out, put a keyway in, and have them coded however you want them coded from, locks, from a locksmith, door hardware company.
But that's just the key lock, so all we need to do is have the lock changed, right? Yeah.
The cylinder.
At least,
Cylinder.
that's the minimum we need to get on like ASAP, like on that part. Just because that and the gate code, those are access to this whole property.
We need to also decide what key does what. A key opens the front door, yes, but does that key open any other door? And it's pretty complicated to make a key system.
Well, luckily, we don't have to worry about that, because we don't have keys to tri-doors. So at this point, they all just the cylinders need to be changed. I mean, if we had keys, I agree with you. You want to make sure that key doesn't operate a linen
Well, I
closet
thought
in the
that's
back.
what we were talking about, removing the cylinder itself, putting a new cylinder in.
Yeah.
And we can put a cylinder in AAA, AA, AB, AC, AD, whatever, so those, you only open certain doors. Are they open every door or half the doors or whatever you wanna do with them? But we need to get them changed. We need to, number one, see what kind of locks they have. If we could even change that, we may have to get whole new lock sets, especially when you go inside the rooms themselves.
So I know over there, they're all number pads to go into rooms. There are number pads on PD's side, I believe. Fire department's a number pad on the exterior door. The interior, I think that far interior's number pad as well.
Do the number pads have keys?
Yes, I mean, they're backups, yeah.
Yeah.
So can I ask a question, why our back door is not secured? Why does it remain unlocked all the time? Why is there no lock on it?
Which back door?
Here? I mean, she just said you can get into the gate with a code.
Well, it
But
has
then-
a number pad on it.
Oh, it does?
Yes.
Okay, that's why I was asking if it was locked. I just couldn't understand why it wasn't.
I think this is the only one that does not have a number pad on it. So maybe we just need to replace it with a number pad. Until we get.
So if this is the only one without a keypad, let's just change the cylinder here, then we got one key to jack with, change all the codes on the keypads, and that'll be it. We don't have to worry about keys anymore, right?
Just the front door.
Unless the fire department needs to get in or something, I guess, how does that work again?
We don't have Knox boxes here, so assumably they would break a window.
Okay.
But if we go with that badge system.
Yeah, I
we'll
get
have
that,
access.
I get that.
So,
Oh, let's try to limit the cost, I guess. I mean, what do you say, Roger? Replace the cylinder here, and the rest of them just,
If we could replace just the cylinder, that's the cheapest thing to do. The locksmith can do that.
and then that's one key for this building
Yeah.
to keep up with. And the rest of it is all keypads, right? That makes good sense, doesn't it? What do you say?
sounds good to me as long as they're finally changed.
Do you have a motion on the floor?
I have a motion in a second, but we're just giving direction.
Okay.
So we
So-
just need a locksmith to do the front door. At this point. And then worry about changing all the key lock, or the keypads later.
Are you
Well,
gonna be
maybe
doing the
change those
keypads?
now.
Now, okay.
Public Works will have to.
Oh, Public Works will have to, okay, all right,
I mean, I could, but they should do
I
it.
get you.
But it also sets passwords. What did you mean by that?
Me?
Your item?
The keypad is what I
Okay.
meant.
So, rekey front door. And Public Works changes all codes. And gives to who?
Maybe they keep it. Since they're the ones doing it, maybe they keep the master list.
No.
Or,
Changeover, we've had a lot of changeover in public
that's
works.
true, we
Someone
have.
needs to hold the master, because if I go to the fire department and want to lock everybody out, I enter my master and delete. It, literally, I can delete every single user. So somebody needs to hold the master,
Well, shouldn't it be held in the administration office?
if we had a city administrator.
Well, then if not, then that goes to you next, in chain of command. But are you gonna keep them off-site, or, I mean, that would have to, would that matter,
I
security?
don't have an
and all?
office here, so I guess I could,
Is there not a
take one
mayor's
of the-
office here? Tells you
used
how
to be.
familiar I am with it, Is there a mayor's office back there that is a working office for the mayor, Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, he was using that back office that I'm using now, but there's an empty office at the end that we could put someone in.
Okay, there you go. There's your working
I'll
office
take
there.
the broom closet. So you want me to keep the masters?
No, I
And-
want the mayor pro tem to keep the masters.
You want the mayor pro tem to keep the masters? And if,
On,
well, let's
on-
let's duplicate it. Let's let Kevin have, a list to two people, so two people have got it in case something happens to any one of you. You know,
Yeah, well, I think there should be maybe the city, copy to the city secretary and a copy to you, but they should stay on property. For security reasons.
well, if it goes out of Public Works, then when they need to change something, they're not gonna be able to, because they're gonna have to, I mean, what's the point of
It
that?
depends on the lock. You can have basically like a tiered system where you have like a top master, and then there's basically a supervisor level where that you can enter codes. It just depends on what the locks are.
Well, if there's an emergency situation and nobody's around, you're not around, Kathleen's not around, somebody needs to get in, somebody calls Kevin, I don't know, I don't have it. You know, so at least two people should have the master list, I would think.
Is there Attorney, is there a security issue protocol that we need to worry about passcodes being taken off property or anything, or does that not
I
come?
mean, not that I'm aware of, except for, like the police mentioned earlier.
So do y'all have a safe on y'all's side, or just the evidence room?
The evidence room is a safe, isn't it, pretty much?
A safe inside a safe.
Safe inside a safe.
I bet
So
it's safe.
why, there's always an officer on duty.
But not all officers have access to that room.
I don't think we're gonna be changing locks on the weekends, on holidays, or in the evenings. We're gonna change locks during regular working hours. There'll be an officer back there that can get to your safe during regular working hours, Monday through Friday, 8 to 5.
Now, I would say for the fire department, since there is more turnover there, that they should have access to theirs, just like they have access to theirs. Because if it doesn't get changed and someone goes in there and steals a fire truck, because they get rid of them on a Saturday.
The fire chief can have one for, he can have control for the fire department, only him. Or he at least, plus the city administrator. City administrator would have control over everything. The police chief would have his, and only what specifically, well, like you just said, there's certain rooms he can't, no one else can go to, so the city administrator can't go in those rooms either, can he? No. So, he's kinda stands alone. The city administrator would have control, but each department head would have a control of his, would also be able to change the locks in his own place, once they get changed once. If they ever get changed again, and he, like you say, somebody leaves or whatever, he can change the locks. The police, the fire department chief.
And what happens if the fire chief leaves?
Well,
I just think there needs to be, if it wa, like you said, a master copy for the fire department with the chief. And then there needs to be one for every department except for the situation that we have here with either you, well, Mayor Pro Tem, or with the city secretary that remains on, property. And then if, like he said, nobody's gonna be changing, if it is on the weekend, then they need to be able to get a hold of the city administrator and say, hey, we have an emergency situation, we had to fire someone, and then be able to change the code at that point. And if they know how to change the code, then they'll be able to give that to the city administrator that, hey, we just changed it to this number as a department head. We're just throwing out ideas here, figure out how to, but I think one person having it, I don't agree that the Public Works Department needs to have all the codes to everything. They may be the one that changes them for us, but to hold them permanently probably is not the best secure idea.
What if we put them in a firebox somewhere here, the master list?
That's what I was saying, in the office needs to be secure, it's behind, code pads, it's in the office of the mayor and Mayor Pro Tem. and it's still on property.
So you want fire department to keep theirs or access to theirs?
They have access to theirs, but there's a master for them that goes over the entire city complex. But the fire department can change his locks if and whenever he wants to,
But then he
But
has
then
to
he has to
report
tell
that
us.
change, yeah.
in 24 hours or whatever.
I mean, you've gotta put trust in these department heads. I mean, they're department heads for a reason. I mean, if we're gonna have Brian hired as, a department head, I mean, I've gotta be able to trust him to say, okay, some of my staff left, I gotta change the code, and this is the code, he reports back to the administrator. I mean, you've gotta instill that trust in them. But I think as far as the master copy, it needs to be behind locked doors on this property, because hypothetically, you walk out tomorrow, it's still gonna be right there in that office for access to whoever's gonna fill your shoes.
But who has access to it?
You, the mayor, and mayor pro tem, and maybe the city administrator. Because on a day-to-day basis, you and the mayor will not be running that part of the business, it would be the city administrator. But right now, this whole stopgap thing or whatever, I mean, it is what it is, the mayor and mayor pro tem have to handle that,
Yeah, all this is stopgap, so.
yeah.
So you wanna rekey the front door. Public Works is gonna change all the codes. So they're gonna know the master code, like there's no getting around that.
Yeah.
Whoever changes the locks knows the master code.
Well, that was you. You wanted Public Works to do
Yeah.
that, so.
So why don't you, if that's a problem, then have
No, that's not
the,
a problem, it's just Public Works is gonna know it. It's gonna be written down somewhere, but Public Works is, I want you to understand that Public Works is going to know the master.
then why don't we have the locksmith that's gonna come out here, why can't the locksmith change everything?
I mean, can,
Well,
but that's a
then
lot
they'll
of
have
money.
it, won't they?
The locksmith's
Okay,
gonna
never
charge a
mind.
whole lot more than.
Somebody
Public
still's
Works.
gonna have to have the
Yeah,
master code.
somebody's gonna
Somebody's
have to
gonna have
have
to
it.
be trusted with it.
Yeah, I don't mind him
Yeah, I
having
agree.
the code. It isn't a problem until he leaves. As long as somebody else has the master code. Either the
So-
mayor pro tem or the city offices.
Why don't we just put it on our Google Workspace and password encrypt it and put the password over there, and nobody has it?
I don't know what that means, but okay.
Yeah, I don't know what he's talking about either.
Okay, fire department has their codes, Public Works is gonna do it, PD keeps their codes because of CGIS. The masters are kept in the city administrator's office.
In a firebox. So basically, department heads have access to change their codes if they want. Master code for everything goes into a firebox, into the city administrator's office, which will be your office, I guess, for a little while. And, give a key to Kathleen and a key to you. So
Well, I
two
think-
people have keys.
I think what she was saying, besides the city administrator office, there's an empty office, they could make the mayor and mayor pro tem and work out of there for permanent, right? Cause it's empty.
Well, that's fine, whatever.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm just looking for an office to put the box in and move on.
The box could contain the locked box, could contain the code and the emergency keys.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And that's only, so if you ever need those, you know where the keys are. They are locked in their period.
Okay.
Okay, then
so
it goes
we
back
got
to the
that.
question, who holds the key to the lockbox?
No.
So we got that.
You.
Who holds the key?
No, I
to
mean,
the
these
front
are
door?
valid questions. I
they
mean,
are.
who's gonna hold the key to the lockbox then?
Well, it's gonna be the mayor pro tem, I guess, and city secretary. Two people have keys in case one person's not accessible, and we need them.
I see the key for the front door being in action, for the most part, never being used. We just dog it down. But I'm assuming that people sometimes use this facility. So they would need to have the key to come in and lock the door, open up this door to come in here to have a meeting or whatever. I don't know if we ever had meetings in here, but at some point in time we might.
Well, we'll have EDC meetings, steering committee meetings.
And then
stuff
those
like-
people will get a key, they come in the door to
So-
this room, that's all they can do, here in the bath, here in the restroom, that's the only places they can go, because everything else is locked down with the key codes. And
So
that
can we
would be-
just spend the extra $200 and buy a key code?
I'd
for
buy a
upfront
key code probably for that too, you can give a certain code for it, cause it's gonna cost you that much
To get it rekeyed.
to get it rekeyed. Depending upon what brand it is. If it's a certain brand, I can give you a key tomorrow. If it's not that brand, I can't.
Now, last year we spent money from our court security fund to put a panic button. Does that still work for the door? Was it ever installed? Do you know?
So right now, anybody can walk up to the door, come in, and come over and talk to you. And there's no, well, I'm thinking school, so it's a different.
There's, just like schools, there's panic buttons that can be pressed where it locks that door, or that's how it was supposed to be done.
Well, the school usually will have a camera out there, where somebody will come up, say blah, 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 to the camera, and then Kathleen would let them in, they'll open the door, and then they'd come in. We don't have that, we don't have a camera system, she doesn't have a chance to see who's coming in until they're already in there, I don't believe, correct?
That's a little, seems like a little, I can see that for a school, but that's not very customer
It's
service
not, I mean, I'm
friendly for a
just
city.
saying, right now, people just walk in, I don't think we need to go through that expense at this point. People can just walk in. I don't know what emergency button would do out there. Now, emergency button to alert the police or to alert somebody else, you have that? That would be important. Okay, we need to get that checked just before, if you would, please. I mean, I can see where that's important to her. She's sitting there, somebody's getting belligerent, she wants to push a button, so a policeman can either come out from the back or drive here and help her out. I would think that would be more important than one to lock and open the door, because she's not gonna have a chance to see who's coming in the door until they're already in front of her. At some point, we may wanna talk about that. A camera, entry camera.
So do y'all wanna go with a keypad up here, or do we just wanna
Keypad.
rekey it and stick it in the box and nobody comes in the front door, we all just come through the back door?
Let's put a keypad there.
Put a keypad there.
These are quick, easy ones.
So, just for direction, we're gonna put a keypad on the front door, what Public Works is. Public Works is gonna change all the codes and gives the codes, the masters, to in the firebox. That's kept in the city administrator's office. FD keeps theirs, PD keeps theirs. We just have the masters in that firebox. That's the direction y'all wanna give, correct? No?
Now, you're talking about putting a keypad on the front door that locks every time the door closes, or is it,
No, you can adjust them to where they open all the time.
I mean, because I'm kind of with you, it's not very,
But does it lock itself all the time? That one just locks. That locks. If you go out the door, you don't have to turn a key, nothing. Isn't that right? You just walk out, boom, it locks. Does that happen with the keypad? No.
Wait, what do you mean it just locks?
Well, you can walk out the door and it locks. You can't get back in.
go ahead.
You have to make sure that it shuts securely.
Yeah.
There are times when it doesn't catch.
Yeah, but that's with, when you're locking it from the inside,
Yeah.
and then you close it. Right, but with a keypad during the day, can you deactivate it to have a free door for citizens to come in and out, in and out, in and out?
Yes, they're programmable to do Monday through Friday, 9 to 5. They're unlocked, and then the rest of the time they're locked without, unless you have the code. Just depends on what you get. So if that's something we require, then we need to let Public Works know that, so whenever they go by the lock.
Is it gonna integrate with our current system, given how old they are? The keypads?
nothing integrates. Each one will have to be done individually.
Just put a key on it, tell them it's a key cost, a key, and get it up.
Just change out the
It's out
cylinder.
here.
So now we're going back to a key.
Let's just go with the key, too much trouble with
Okay.
with the pad and all this, and I don't know if the pad will not lock automatically. I mean, the ones I have, they will lock automatically. Now, you go out and spend $200 or $300 for it, I don't know, you may get one you can program, but then is the program gonna work? So, just put a key over there if needed, and right now, it's locked. We just can't come in the front door. When you dog it down, no one can come in the front door. And we wanna be able to come in the front door?
Maybe when we do the badge system, then we'll set the whole badge thing out there.
Okay, so now we're rekeying the front door. Public Work changes all the codes, gives the master to the firebox. FD keeps theirs, PD keeps theirs. And we will need access, well, at least I will, because I'm the emergency manager at this point. So if there's a storm, I need to be down here if Brian can't be.
Perfect. I will vote yes to all of that.
I'll second that.
Awesome, we gave direction. Okay. Item L, discussion and possible action regarding supervised visitations for AC McGehee for, what? Oh, true.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye on the giving direction. It passes unanimously. Thank you. Item L, discussion and possible action regarding supervised visitations for AC McGehee for all city facilities.
Make motion to require supervised visitations for former Mayor AC McGehee for all city facilities.
I got a motion, do I have a second?
Well,
We need to,
We need to.
I'll second
motions.
it.
He seconds it. Further discussion?
Who, what,
yeah,
when?
who's going to be doing the supervised visitations?
Well, we have police officers.
I don't think we need to tie up our officers for
So then it's on you, buddy.
him wandering
It could be on
around.
Scott.
Well, he would.
I can do it.
He
I'll
would.
do it. I don't think that'd be a good idea, but I'll do it. That wouldn't be very well received. I don't mind.
I think that if this is an occurrence that comes before us, that we need to make sure it is a scheduled visitation, and whoever we do knows about it in advance, that it can't be a last minute show up, and I want to do this or I want to do that. It needs to be a scheduled event. So,
That's
A
good.
scheduled event with, activities he's gonna perform.
Outside of what a normal citizen could come in here and do pay
Of
bills and
course.
all that.
He can come in the front door all he wants, and he can talk to Kathleen through the, or anybody else through, in the lobby, or through the doors. He just can't go back into the administration's area, or the police area. And he can't come in the back door.
So he won't know the new codes.
No,
No.
doesn't need to know.
Would you like to amend your motion to include that?
Make a amended motion to include that the former mayor will not, that these visitations will be calendared, scheduled, and if necessary, and that he will not know any of the new door codes.
Okay, got a motion for an amendment. Do I have a second? I'll second it. Scott?
Aye.
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 Aye. So got a motion on the floor for supervised visitations for AC McGehee for all city facilities. They must be calendared, scheduled, and he will not know the new codes. Scott?
Aye.
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 Motion passes unanimously.
And also, we need to give direction to the current employees that under no circumstance that they are to allow any past employees into the back of the buildings and have access without permission of the council.
I mean, I guess we can do that. I thought that was just common sense, not to.
Well, I know, but I just want to make sure it's not an issue that's going to come up, because it's been told that there has been access from past employees back there that were, after they were terminated or after they left. So we need to make it clear that that's not to happen again.
You can make sure that your officers know that, chief?
No past employees. Okay. Item, well, now we gotta go back to C.
We have, Ms. Hernandez is still here. Could we do E and let her go home?
Want to move item E between L and C. Discussion and possible action on the confirmation, appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment, duties, discipline, or dismissal of a public officer, municipal court clerk.
I'd like to read a letter that Judge Langford sent to me today. Scott, may I?
Who sent it to you?
Judge Langford,
Okay.
our municipal court judge.
Before you do, are we still wanting to reassign?
I'm going to argue no. That's going to be my argument, and that's what all of this is going to be, and then, of course, you guys will decide.
If our court judge gives a recommendation for an employee that's under his supervision, is that going to be an issue later down the road?
Legal issue?
Yes.
No, I don't see a legal issue. I mean, it's not required by your ordinance that he gives a recommendation.
Here, I mean, are we in discussion right now? Here's my thing. The hiring and the firing of the city is supposed to be left up to this council, correct? For until we have administrator. Why are we pulling in advice from other people to make the argument of why we should or we shouldn't move our employees around and to qualify who we say or don't say are qualified in those positions? Why would we put this, why would we go to this judge and put him in the position of now he is making the argument between council members if some decide to move, some decide not to move? That puts him in a position where he's having to now do what whoever council member asked him to do this. So I don't think that it's right to put another employee, contract employee, into the decision-making of the council. Because I think this was inappropriate.
I asked him what his opinion was, because the court clerk is an integral part between the municipal court judge. My wife's been in the business for about 42 years, and she has stories of, you know, this court clerk, that court clerk, et cetera, et cetera. And the question is Ms. Hernandez qualified or not? It seems to me that the municipal court judge, who has to work on a daily basis with this individual and has supervised the training of the individual, has already inserted himself in this area. And it doesn't seem to be inappropriate to me for him to do so, given that he is going to be the one who is affected by her work, how she does things. They're almost integrated together. Would you say that would be the case, Dean? Court clerks are pretty integrated with the judge, et cetera, et cetera.
Oh, yeah.
So that's why I asked him what his opinion was, in order to either have a basis to say, we should move, or we should stay. And given that he has offered this letter of recommendation, and only within 30 days, is something that is pretty strong. I mean, normally your probationary period is 90 days for a court clerk, let's say. But Judge Langford has already decided that he's happy with Ms. Hernandez in 30 days. And so I think that means something.
So we won't need to pay for any further education then, since she's up to where she needs to be?
We
So-
will need to pay for it if we want her
I'm
to
going
get
to
there.
interrupt y'all. I don't like executive session, but at this point, we're not asking her what she wants. So I think we should do 551.074 for personnel matters and go back there, ask her, get legal advice,
Sounds good.
and deliberate a little bit amongst ourselves, and then come back out here.
Do you want to ask her if she wants a public hearing first, or?
Do you want a public hearing, and we can keep doing it out here, or we can go back there and discuss it with you?
Let's do a public hearing.
Okay.
Is
We will,
it fine with you guys?
that's up to you.
I'm going to write.
What training's left?
She is supposed to, scheduled for a municipal court clerks, new clerks seminar this month. I'm sorry, July.
July what?
July 10th through the 14th.
Okay, has that been paid for?
Yes, it has.
Can we get our money back?
I assume we could. I would have to
Okay,
ask.
I didn't know about that.
When our police officers, chief, go to training, does the city pay for that? When our public works people go to training, does the city pay for that? One moment. Is that true? We're paying, for example, we're paying for a hotel and per diem for 2 public works employees to go to a free seminar, is that correct?
Yes, we pay for
Okay.
training.
And we're also paying for, as you and I discussed, this is why I thought maybe we'd want executive session, but we're also paying for another employee to be trained in pretty much the same manner as Ms. Hernandez here. You tell me, I don't have any sense of this stuff, because I will just state the facts. It should, we discussed what I'm talking, you know what I'm talking about. Public Works,
Okay. Yes, we're paying for them to go to training.
not them.
Okay, I get what you're saying, but
Yeah.
yes, we pay for our employees' training. That's a benefit of working for a city. I mean, I work for a railroad and they pay for my training.
Right.
It's just if we're requiring them to get further educated, I mean, it's only rightfully so we pay them. I think what she's getting at is she's looking for already trained. And you can correct me if I'm wrong, I'm just making assumptions here.
Well, then if that's the case, then let me go through the argument, and then you can decide after that. What do you say?
So before you start that, I came and talked to you and said, hey, do you want to possibly be reassigned to basically an administrative assistant to the court clerk, city secretary, and city administrator? I told you to think about it, don't give me an answer right now, go home, talk to your husband and all that. Have you thought about that? Is that something you want? I mean, because if it's not, then that rules out that, and I would rather get it from you, whether you want to or don't. I mean, it's your life, if you gotta enjoy the job.
I mean, honestly, I don't, but I would love to continue with the court clerk, but if, you know, I don't have a say whether I can continue or not. It's just what I want to do, how I feel. So that's what I would, I mean, you know, I would like to do that.
Well, I don't
which
want
is
you
a
to
team
look at
player.
it as you need a job. I want you to look at it as you enjoy employment with the city. I don't want you to come here hating it every day because you're going to do
Well, and
a bad
that's
job.
We're not trying to get rid of you. That's not the point. We have to answer to the people that we were elected by. And when we were elected, the people asked us to put qualified people into these positions. Unfortunately, you were caught into the crossfires of the old administration with the new administration. So they did and acted before we were able to have these seats. We have to answer again to the people. We have the people coming to us saying, now, with all of the administrative problems that we've had in the past, the documents you've seen, the documents that are lost, I mean, things that we can't find, okay? We're trying to go full head with, that's not gonna happen again, okay? So, when we started this, we wanted to look for qualified people. People that came in with the salary we're offering, that has the qualifications, that we're not having to spend all this money on educating, worrying about if things aren't gonna come up to speed. Because we're at a point in this city that we don't have time for that no more. We're so far behind. We were closed down for almost 6 months. We don't have time to educate people that and catch them up, and hopefully a year later they're gonna be doing their job proficiently. I will take in consideration at the fact this is not personal with you. This is these positions, period. I will take in consideration that he is vouching for you and that he says that you're doing your job proficiently. I will take that in consideration whenever I'm making my decision.
What is your dream job, administrative assistant or municipal court clerk?
There's no feelings in this.
There is an employee here that we are deciding whether or not she gets moved. What is your dream job? Say it.
I would like to be the municipal.
Okay, thank you. I get you. I know what you're saying. You're not gonna be fired either way.
So you may
Yeah,
not be
we're
able to
not
answer
looking-
this. You may not be able to answer this. What draws you to the court clerk position rather than, because to me, it's almost like a step up to be an administrative assistant to the city administrator and all that. So what draws you to the court clerk rather than taking that, what I perceive as a step up? I want your opinion. It's not, she's right, it's not about emotions. It comes down to qualifications. But I do value your opinion because you are one of our employees and we are responsible for you. So what draws you to that position rather than the other position? And if you don't have an answer, don't BS me, just say, I don't know. Okay.
Why would a municipal officer, which is the municipal court clerk, be a step down from an administrative assistant who isn't even an officer of the city?
Because you, as a administrative assistant, you have the opportunity to go to more trainings because you're working for all these people, learning all these roles. Our last city secretary was the provost to TCU's president. That's a very prestigious job. I mean,
That's a city secretary, though. That wasn't an administrative assistant.
it's almost the same thing.
I went and looked at the administrative assistant salaries. And what I found in Texas, now correct me if I'm wrong, but I found that the administrative assistants in 3 different areas, first of all, municipal court clerk from ZipRecruiter is $19 an hour, which is what we're paying Ms. Hernandez. ZipRecruiter says entry-level administrative assistant, which is what she would be, $16 an hour in Texas. Pay scale says $17.49 an hour. And office assistant salaries in Texas at Indeed are $14.23 per hour. That works out to about $15.90 an hour if we average the 3 together. So why would we pay, since we've already spent all this money, as Judge Langford has also said, we've already paid all this money and all this training and paid her $19 an hour. Now we're going to make her an administrative assistant, which pays $15.90 an hour. Why wouldn't we just hire a temp at $15.90 an hour?
But we haven't set a salary for an administrative assistant.
Why would we set a salary $4 above the average? That doesn't seem like a good expense of
Because we
taxpayer
have a
funds.
unique situation that we're working with now, and that was what we talked about, not to fire her and not to lessen her pay.
Yeah, but why not be more responsible with the taxpayers' money? The judge says she's good, she loves the job, he's happy with her, she's trained. If she wasn't trained, she wouldn't be doing the job now. Is that true, counsel? You can't, I mean, is there any requirement in the law for a municipal court clerk to be, has to have?
Yes, there is. You need your certification, then each year she's gonna have to do her continuing education.
Okay.
Each
You have the-
year?
Do what?
Each year she has to be recertified?
Yeah, I believe there's a certain amount of hours. I mean, I'm not a municipal court clerk. My understanding though is that, excuse me, they do have certain hours they need to fulfill every year for continual training.
Okay.
And that's gonna be anybody.
That's
So
anyone
if
in that
she's
role.
going to training for first-time new persons, she would have to have that training, another type of training again next year.
Oh, it's like what attorneys do. So as an attorney, even though I'm licensed to practice as an attorney, I'm required to do, it's called continuing legal education.
Yep.
And my understanding is municipal court clerks have the same sort of thing. I think it's the TMLIRP. I think that's right.
You go, Roger.
What is it? Yes, that one. But yeah, they have an education center, so they get all kinds of, they have to get training. I mean, laws change. You have to know where the money has to go when it comes in. As a clerk, you have to know how to process a document, so that's why they get the training.
I'd like to read this letter into the record, Mayor Pro Tem, may I?
Let me see that again when you're done with it, Roger.
Yes.
To the council, I'm writing this letter with regards to the employment of Marilena Hernandez as the municipal court clerk for Godley, Texas. I have been the presiding judge for Godley Municipal Court since 2016. I was not involved or consulted in the original hiring of Marilena Hernandez by the former mayor. I understand that there are concerns about the qualifications of Ms. Hernandez and the original hiring process. However, since the hiring, the city has invested a lot of resources into training her. These included bringing in a senior clerk and former judge to train her on the duties of a court clerk, at significant expense, by the way. That was me, not him. The software and databases used, and the numerous laws surrounding her job. Ms. Hernandez has proven to be very intelligent, trustworthy, diligent, hardworking, and has greatly benefited from the training received, as will the taxpayers, and that's my comment there. As a result of this, we were able to resume a normal court docket this month for the first time since January of this year. This was a very significant accomplishment, and due to Ms. Hernandez's hard work. I highly encourage this council to hire Ms. Hernandez for the position of court clerk. The city has invested tremendous resources, and she has proven herself to be capable of handling the duties of the court clerk. Sincerely, Christopher M. Langford, presiding judge. So it just seems to me that at this point, after all of these resources that have been put in, her desire to do the job, that moving her to an administrative assistant that doesn't even pay the $19 an hour is a waste of city resources, a waste of a good employee. Not that she won't do the hard work there, but why would we go out and find a new municipal court clerk that's supposedly qualified when this one already is, loves the job? Let's go get a temp for $14 an hour to do temp work.
Well, I don't think we're looking for someone that's temporary. And are these salary comparisons you did in municipalities, or are these just general administrative assistants?
Couldn't find anything for municipalities, so I just did Texas.
Okay.
I mean, we could pay what we want.
Yeah.
that's the thing. You could pay her $50 an hour if you want to, but if we're going to go by what the evidence suggests, basically this, to me, it's not really, it's about the economics of it, but it's also really, frankly, it's the moral aspect. This lady loves this job. That's the job she signed up for. It's not her fault that AC hired her inappropriately. Not her fault at all. She's taken the ball. She's run with it. Her boss, basically, Christopher Langford, is more than happy with her. She can do the job. She has done the job. She's going to be doing extra training, just like everyone else would. The city pays for that, just like every other city does. Why not keep what I think is going to be, like I've said before, the most fantastic municipal court clerk this city has ever had, and find someone else to do the permit clerk or whatever else we're doing? Why would we move an employee who's beautiful at her position, or his position, frankly, and then find someone else to do it? Moreover, if we're going to do this to Ms. Hernandez, AC hired more than just Ms. Hernandez in this city. It would only seem fair that we need to go through every single employee that AC hired to find out whether or not that person is thus qualified. Are they doing training to get caught up? If they are, then it would only be fair that they get bumped down. But then if we do that, we're going to have a big problem, a real big problem
Yeah,
in
I
one of
think-
our departments.
I think you're being a little excessive here, but.
I think it's fair. It's only fair. Why do we single out Ms. Hernandez?
So what current training do you have for your court clerk level 1 certification? Have you gone to the 32-hour new clerk seminar?
No, that's July 10th, through the 14th.
Okay, so your 32-hour new clerk seminar is then. When is your level 1 part A, B, and C? Is that, because you need, before you can test, you need your 32-hour new clerk seminar.
I do the test there after training.
You'll take your,
I took my test there, yes. Carol, who was training me, she said I'll take the test there.
Will you do it within those 4 days, or would it be the 5th day you do your?
No, it's within those 4 days.
That's when you get the TMCAA
Mm-hmm.
or TMCC? Okay, level 1.
so on the municipal clerk's page, TMCEC, it says step 1 is study and register for the exam. The level 1 exam is taken in 3 parts. Let's get a 70 or above on it. And step 2 is participants must provide proof of 40 hours of approved education as part of the application process. Where are you gonna get the 40 hours of
She said
approved?
that first week is 48 hours, it's not 32. It's considered as 48 hours. She could have been wrong, I could be back there.
So if she gets 40, she gets 32 in person and 8 online.
Yeah, you may not exceed 8 hours online. 32 hours must be completed in person.
That's 40 hours, yeah. When we take, Mr. Lawyer, when we take employee, we give them training. They started for her, and we moved her up as far as her training. We've done that. We do that for the sewer and the wastewater people. We do it for the policemen. What's to stop them from taking the training we've paid for the next week and moving to a different place? Is there anything we can do to keep that from happening?
No?
No, okay.
Can we enact a policy where they have to stay 2 years?
So, some cities will have policies, I mean, to what extent they're really enforceable, probably not. In some cases, cities will have you pay back, if you don't stay within a certain time period, pay back the cost of the training.
Can you make that retroactive? Like, she's going for training the
Yeah,
10th. We won't have a meeting until the 11th. I doubt we're gonna, we may not do that because if you receive training within the last year and you leave, you owe us money, you owe us what we spent on your back. Something like
Yeah,
that.
I mean, it happens a lot all throughout the
I think it's fair. You don't want to train somebody and then turn around and they leave. And now they've moved to another job using the training you paid for. I don't want that to happen.
Oh, me? It happens a lot. I mean, if you're just looking at like CDL drivers,
Yeah.
municipalities have that issue all the time.
Oh, sure, I'm sure on that. And they don't care because whoever they're going to work for will gladly pay whatever they can to get their hands on a CDL license.
This training you're going to, when you're finished with it, what will be your certification?
It'll be just the first part of the quick one.
First part of it?
Yes, because there's different levels.
Level 1.
It'll be level 1. So like, my trainer, she was level 3. So I will just be level 1.
That's what I'm asking you. So when you're done with this, you've completed your level 1, which will be this class, correct? This class that she's taken will be complete her level 1. I'm sorry?
And when I pass the test, that's when I get the certification of completing the course of level 1.
How long before you have to take level 2? Is there a time frame? Then a time frame for level 3?
It's,
We're looking on the website.
The city of
right now.
Venus
It's
has
another 40
a,
hours, and it's different. Part A, B, and C is different. Like, for level 2, it's rights and roles, municipal court processes, legal research for Part A. Part A for 1 is an overview of the court's role of the clerk and court ethics. So it just basically gets more in depth.
the city of Venus has a job posting as of 9/22/22, about the same as ours, a municipal court clerk, and they are only asking for the equivalent to a high school diploma and an appropriate municipal court clerk certificate, level 1. And any combination of experience and training would likely provide the required knowledge and abilities for them, so.
So they're requiring a level 1 automatically or previous experience.
Preferably municipal court responsibilities, yeah, which is what we have.
She didn't have any experience before.
She's got a glowing experience, though, for a month from the
Yeah,
judge.
but I'm saying previous.
So they're requiring a level 1, but she's not a level 1.
No,
Or
it's odd. It's almost as though they'll let you have the municipal court responsibilities and then let you train, is what it looks like. It's a little
So,
confusing.
Are you able to do all the job duties of a court clerk by yourself without us having to contract with anyone to cover your, because you don't have a certification yet? Are you CJIS? Do you have all that stuff where if everybody quits in this office tomorrow, you can still do court?
I've been doing it by myself because my trainer hasn't, since everything, she's been we haven't been training, she's been doing her own training, she's out of town, so I've been doing it by myself for the past 3 weeks. Since our last court day, and that was June 6th. That was her last week with me that Friday, so since then I've been on my own.
So you know how to run the system, everything without
I've
assistance?
been figuring it out all along, getting ready for July 18th court date. That's what I've been doing. Taking letters from the attorneys, getting them ready to set up for court, giving them the letters out to the defendants, setting them up on if they're doing deferred, if they're doing driving safety. I've got that all down.
Okay.
And the water and utilities, they help me with that too.
Good.
Thank you for that.
You're welcome.
So Dean, are there any legal requirements for certain training that she is required to have? So I'm understanding you don't have any yet, you're going to do it. Because I thought you had to be CJIS certified and all that to access court documents.
Yeah, that's a really good question. I mean, to what level and extent of training does she need to have access to all that?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I mean, I haven't been back there to prosecute. I guess I would say everyone needs to start somewhere.
I mean, I agree. I just want to make sure that if she's not
Yeah.
CJIS certified and
Yeah.
she's accessing records, which
Whatever-
would be illegal.
Yeah, whatever legally you have to, training, any kind of legal, access to CJIS, that kind of thing. Or if she's just in the room where it's possible to gain access, then, yeah, I mean, she needs the training.
CJIS isn't required by Venus,
Well, but they want
unless
a
you're
level one.
automatically approved or.
Yeah.
Yeah,
or
go ahead.
approved by
So-
Venus.
If CJIS is an issue, I can have her trained tomorrow.
Okay.
Is that the only access class she needs to access court documents or police records?
Yes, CJIS certified, which I can have that done tomorrow.
So is there any other requirements that she'll need, like, to access and any of that, or just that?
No, because it'll go over everything she needs.
Okay.
So once she gets CJIS certified, she can actually, because a lot of cities, the court clerk actually can pull videos, dash cam, body cam, and you already have it forward over to the prosecutor, and they can go from there, which is something I
Yeah.
wanted to do anyways. So getting her CJIS certified, it's not a long class, it's a very quick class, doesn't cost anything.
Is it online or what?
It's online.
All right.
So if she's not currently, I'd really like to go into executive session. We're getting into some sticky situations.
You're always a what-if guy.
Yeah, I am. Whenever it
Dean
comes to
said,
legalities.
Dean's not concerned.
As long as she requests a public hearing, we can't go into closed session.
Dean, are you concerned at all about this, about the?
I'm not concerned. I mean, it sounds like she's getting the training. She's already been operating. You have a judge that is not concerned about her operating now. There are so many resources available. It sounds like she has someone that's helping her out. Has been trying to show her the ropes. And there's really a great group of folks who are really passionate about being municipal court clerks. And so I think that if she just needs to reach out, figure out what needs to be done, I mean, it's all there. So,
You're not concerned about any liability to the city?
no, I mean, let's get the CJIS. I think that's gonna help with your prosecution too. I can tell you right now, we can move so quick through cases if we got videos. I mean,
Okay.
really, really quick.
Okay.
Saved a lot of time and money from a prosecution standpoint. So if you wanna get effective, pull someone in that already has certification or get them trained as quick as you can.
And you could do it in a day?
And I can have her CJIS certified.
Okay.
So, let's see, today's,
Now,
Can you-
I would be concerned if she doesn't pass the test.
Yeah, that's contingent that you gotta step up and get that test passed, you know that. You will. I know you will.
So if we approve, what are the conditions, let's lay this out now, that if she does not pass the test, then what?
well, I mean, at that point, she either retests, can you retest for CJIS? Is there a waiting period or?
I have never met anybody that failed CJIS test.
Well, yeah, we're talking about
Oh,
the
I think
clerk,
it's
we're
the-
talking about the
40
clerk,
40
we're talking about the
Okay.
clerk, the court clerk one.
So the
Cause he
CC's
said we should be concerned if she
C1.
doesn't pass it,
Yeah.
so,
Yeah, not CJIS, the
Yeah.
clerk,
Yeah.
right, the training and the test.
Certified clerk, court clerk.
so that we're just clear with everything moving forward, that if that doesn't happen, then what? What are the options? Attorney, what are our options at that point if she doesn't?
Yeah, sure, that's up to you. I mean, your ordinance just says that municipal court clerk shall be appointed by to the office by a majority vote of the city council. So, if you wanna add, the fact that she's not fully certified yet, if you wanna make it contingent, and we do the same thing, I'll say it's within your legislative power to do that. You just have to go through the process to remove her if she doesn't. So you'd probably be back here, if she failed the test, you'd be back here going through removal process. It says the council may remove the court clerk for incompetency, corruption, misconduct, malfeasance in office after due notice and opportunity hearing before the council. So I would say that incompetency would probably be your argument for that.
Okay. So, I mean, that's all clear to everyone?
So you're gonna get CJIS certified tomorrow,
Mhm.
because I don't want it to come back where we're prosecuting a case and they're like, well, you're not CJIS certified, so all this evidence is thrown out. That's my concern.
Mhm.
And if you're already accessing it, and do not say that right now, I would say stop until you are certified.
So, we should stop all court stuff, don't get ready for July 15th, and what's in there.
Don't do stuff that you're
Can you do that
required
tomorrow?
to be CJIS
Do you have time
certified
tomorrow
for.
to do that?
But you're gonna do it tomorrow, so I mean,
Yeah, he's-
presumably you're gonna be in class and then.
He's gonna offer you to tomorrow to try to get you done, so yeah, from here to, till he completes that tomorrow, yeah, no more court stuff.
And then you're gonna go to Court Clerk 1. And if you don't pass it, then you will be reassigned at that point. Does that work for y'all?
I'll do that, I'll do that deal. Don't let me down. I'm gonna take heck for this, excuse my French. But I'm willing to do it.
Y'all good for that?
Okay. So, we make a motion?
Make sure to put his his conditions in there. What are your conditions? Pass the TMCC 1, pass CJIS,
Take CJIS tomorrow.
CJIS
and
tomorrow.
Pass it, so that way she
Pass it.
can legally do those
Well, you
duties.
wouldn't make the motion then, since
well, I'm not sure, I'm not sure, so.
And then either reassignment or dismissal if the test is not or it's not just the test is the first part, but if
Court clerk
she
one
does
first.
not obtain Court Clerk 1, then it'll either be reassignment or dismissal.
So I'll say this, I don't know if you need to make that contingent, you can if you want. I
Can we
mean,
just do
to
no action?
remove, because you would be appointing her today, to remove her, you would need to bring her back to council
Right.
and then have a hearing just like this.
So we just need to confirm her today. That's what we want to do. And then if we all know what we discussed, if she doesn't do that, then we'll revisit it.
Yeah.
Mhm.
All right, make a motion to confirm Ms. Hernandez as municipal court clerk.
I have a motion and I'll second it. Motion and a second. Any further discussion? No further discussion. Scott?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Don't let us down.
Welcome to the city. You're welcome.
Welcome officially to the city, even though you've been working here.
Thank you so much.
Now it's official.
Cantrell, make sure she gets CJIS certified tomorrow.
Yeah, he already said he would.
Thank you, council. I appreciate it.
Tomorrow's not your day off, is it?
He doesn't get a day off.
Oh, doesn't? Okay.
Sometimes we just got, sometimes we
Okay,
just gotta
item
show
F,
them.
discussion and possible, well, never mind. Item C, discussion and possible action on the confirmation, appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment, duties, discipline, or dismissal of a public officer. Candidate resume submitted to the city of Godley for the position of city secretary. Now, we can either do this in the open or 551.074, go to executive session and talk about multiple items.
Multiple items, okay. Is that what you wanna do?
Is this something we can go to executive session?
Yes.
No,
You
it's
don't
personnel
have
matters.
applicant here, right?
We do not.
Let's go ahead and do that and then talk about the other stuff too, whatever we need to talk about in executive session.
Okay. So pursuant to section 551.074, personnel matters, the city council will now go into executive session to discuss items C, D, and F. Executives going into executive session at 22:10.
You weren't doing it this year, how many will be back when we get back?
3 days without food, I'm not.
I don't see how you're doing it.
I don't either, to be honest with you. My brain is not functioning right now very well.
It is now 23:15, 2315. Show us reconvened from executive session back into open session. Item C, discussion and possible action on the confirmation, appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment, duties, discipline, or dismissal of a public officer. Candidate resumes submitted to the City of Godley for the position of City Secretary. At this time, we've chosen a few candidates to move forward with. Soft calls will be put out, and then interviews will be done. We'll also contact temporary employment firms to see if they have anybody that didn't already apply. Is that good with y'all?
Yes.
Yes.
Good. Do we need to take action on that, or can we just do no action and do that stuff?
I mean, it's up to you. I think you called a motion anyway, though, right? Or you got a vote? You want to just put a oh.
No, I
I
didn't
heard
make a motion.
yeses up here.
Oh, I was just making sure that they were okay with
Oh,
those
okay.
things.
Yeah, don't trick me.
So, no action. Item D, discussion and possible action on the confirmation, appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment, duties, discipline, or dismissal of a public officer. Candidate resumes submitted to the City of Godley for the position of City Administrator. Same thing, we have a few candidates to soft call and set up for interviews and contact temporary employment agencies to make sure that they don't have anybody that we haven't already received. Good with that? No action? Item F, discussion and possible action on review and approval of the job description for a planning and zoning clerk and approval to accept applications once job description approved by council.
Make a motion to postpone the review and approval of a job well, maybe not postpone it. Should we postpone it? Let's postpone it. Postpone the review and approval of job description for a planning and zoning clerk indefinitely.
Indefinitely?
Yeah, I think with that, we can do it anytime we want. If we say that we're gonna do it on a date, then we gotta do it on the date. But if we say indefinitely, we can do it when we want. Isn't that right, Dean?
That's right.
Okay.
It's up to you.
He said that's right.
It's within your discretion.
So, yes, indefinitely.
So I got a motion to postpone indefinitely. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
So we can bring this up, and again, when we go to budget, right?
You just email and it'll be on the agenda.
Okay, then, okay.
I promise I won't keep your items off. I'm not a dictator. So, motion and a second. Scott?
Aye.
Yes,
Aye. Motion passes unanimously to postpone indefinitely. Item G, discussion and possible action approving the steering committee for the City of Godley Comprehensive Plan as recommended by Mosaic. So last meeting, we were talking about the entities of TxDOT, the ESD, JSUD, and the ISD. Are we still wanting to do those four industries or entities? Or do we want to take one away and
What were the entities?
TxDOT, ESD, which is the Emergency Services District, JSUD, and the ISD.
I'm not necessarily interested in taking any of them away. I don't know if Superintendent Deere would be the best position. I'd rather see a member of the PTO, someone from this town, maybe from a teacher or something of that nature, because we do really have 3 people on there, and I would not want to be overseeing anything. Intimidation, maybe not, I don't think it'd be direct, but it might happen. I wouldn't mind seeing like I say, a member of the PTO or somebody else from the school take it. And he would report back to him or something.
So the reason Rich would usually do it is because he has the most knowledge of the school's future plans. It's kind of hard to have I was on PTO, it's not like I knew anything about the school district's plans.
We already have 2 members of the school board on there, Ms. Goodlow and Ms. Lane, so does that make up for Mr. Deere?
But we haven't set that,
That's true.
yeah.
We haven't.
Because I think all that's gonna, we should review all that.
Oh, you want to revisit that?
Yes, all of it, yes.
So if we're going to do the ISD and not choose another entity, I would say either do Rich or Carnes, because they have an intimate knowledge of the plans for the school district.
Who's Carnes?
The assistant superintendent.
That'd be fine. If you're gonna have people out there, he's already a leader. Some people might feel intimidated from the general community. Mr. Carnes might be a better choice.
Or we can choose Cheryl Villanueva, she's the HR director. I mean, there's a multitude. You want to keep it at the director level or above, because otherwise they're not going to know what we need them to know.
Well, why don't you offer your argument?
I mean, I think they need to be on there in some capacity. We each affect each other greatly.
Who's we need to be on there? Oh, you mean the ISD?
The ISD
Yeah,
and the
okay.
city
I'm-
affect
I'm
each
I'm
other.
with you on that. That's fine. I don't think Roger's against that either. I think he's just.
No. I would like
His-
the ISD. It's just some people, Mr. Dare is a forceful man and does a good job for the school. I don't know if he would, I don't want anybody on the committee to be intimidated by him, by his presence, not by him particularly or his person, but just by his presence.
Okay, so
I would, Mr. Carnes or somebody at that level, somebody he might want to pick. Mr. Dare should have he could pick someone to take his place on there.
I would also like to input that I have had community contact me. And I think, and this is just coming from, again, them talking to me, but I don't think we should have 3 people from the school board on there. I think if we have 1 representative from the school, that would be plenty. And we need 1 from other districts representing as well. So we need to fill those also with citizens but 3 from the school board is just a little, they feel like it's just too much.
I will say that Kayla was on it originally before she ever got to the school board, so she shouldn't be punished for moving up from where she was. And both the other 2 people that were here last meeting both said that they would make a separation between the school board and the public, their public life, private life.
Yeah, and I understand where you're coming from, but I'm just saying, that's the feedback I'm getting, is that now that's 3 that are tied to the school board, and there's a little bit of noise about it, so.
Does this go back to the fact, though, that this steering committee is nothing more than a steering committee? It's just some people who are going out to talk about the Mosaics plan. None of it, in the end, it's nothing administrative, it's nothing set in stone. If we don't like Mosaic's plan when it's done, even after it's done, and we can change it when we want. All these people are doing is talking about what Mosaic has proposed. Is that right?
Yeah, but it's pretty important because you're steering the economic growth of this city.
They're an
I mean, so it is
advisory
important.
board, but they, like she was saying, they have a major role. They go out, and they're representatives of us as a city in asking citizens what they want, how they want the future growth to look.
I
mean,
thought the future growth was, or I thought that was already set by Mosaic, and they're going out to describe what we have approved in Mosaic's plan. We've already done all the, how do you want to do it? Now it's, this is how we want to do it, and they go out and to the citizens and say, this is the plan.
No, I think all that can be changed.
There's
Well,
still,
no,
Yeah.
that's what my point,
Yeah.
is my argument is it can be changed at any point, so what's the deal, I mean, why are we necessarily worried about the particular individuals on the steering committee, because they're not steering how the plan is going, they're
Yeah.
steering how Mosaic already has set the plan.
But Mosaic hasn't, it's not permanent. The committee is gonna go in there, review the plan, and start suggesting changes to be made if they see it to be made.
Oh, see, that wasn't my understanding. My
steering.
understanding from Carissa was the steering committee keeps Mosaic on track for what they had, what the final plan was.
so they
So
got.
is that wrong?
Yes, they got surveys, they did the interactive online, and they took all that data, they'll present it in 2 sessions that last 2 days each, to like afternoons. And the steering committee will kind of decide what they want to do with that information. And then they'll have open houses, and then they'll submit it to us. So they do have a lot of steering capacity in the plan, not as much as if we had done this on time, but
One of the concerns too that came up was that you have to look at the grand scale of it. Say, I'm just gonna use a hypothetical. There more tax dollars can be used on building apartments or building, tiny homes, or, because it's more revenue, right, per lot, instead
For us,
of.
you mean?
Well, just in general, for city and school. So people are going to steer and could be what's favorable to certain entities. So we need to be able to separate all that evenly throughout the city, the organizations, and not put too much into one. Does that make what I'm saying?
Yeah, fair
Okay.
enough, but let's suppose that we see that once the plan is done. Because I don't understand Chris's, just as an example, I don't understand her argument at all, you know, as far as, well, Godley has a lower income population, so we need to build more lower income houses so that, well, what happens from that is more lower income people come here.
But that's because she hasn't had a steering committee to let them know what is we want. So she's just interjecting.
that's a statewide thing. That's why a lot of bills passed this legislature that kind of ruled on that. There's
But
no
my point is
affordable
not that.
housing.
My point is, just because Carissa says she wants it, doesn't mean that we as a council have to say yes.
But we're putting this committee together because we want to not just have 4 opinions making all the decisions. We want 12 opinions, 13 opinions to come together and tell us what's best for the city. Obviously, if we think that something's like extremely wrong, we can overrule it, but you're
Yeah.
supposed to go with
Sure.
how these committees present it.
Supposed to go, right. That's what I mean. I'm just saying, supposed to go.
So
But in
you
the
want-
end, we'll make the decisions.
You want a
And so-
wide variety of people on the,
Yeah. And I think if you were to, no one would disagree with me that Kayla Lane and Terry Goodlow are wide variety in certain philosophical aspects, even though they're on the ISD together. Well, that's true. Is that not true? Yeah. And
I
so,
think they would both
not
be-
that either one of you is any better or different or bad than the other. We're different for sure, but I'm just saying, I mean,
I think they'd both be great on there
Yeah.
because they do have differing views. And I
right,
like
exactly.
differing views.
Sure.
But that's also a lot of steering towards the ISD.
Why is it steering toward the ISD?
Because it's 3 on the board.
If I
But-
was to go get on a committee at the school district, You don't think I'm gonna take what's best for the city into consideration?
Well, of
'Cause
course
I
you
can
would.
promise you I will.
But why wouldn't Kayla and Terry take what they think is best for the city too?
Well, but I'm on the city council, they're on the school board, so they're gonna think about what's best for the schools if they've got plans certain places. If they got plans for 200 acres on 2331 North, well, we already bought that land as a school district, so we should maybe steer development that way, or,
And all of these names were recommendations.
Well, then
They
we need to
weren't-
drop Deere, because Deere's gonna definitely steer it toward the school.
well, yes,
So-
he's there for the school district. I mean, he's
They
an
have to have
entity.
one representative.
I mean, they don't have to, but we work closely with them on everything, or we should.
All these names are recommendations, so to say that this person, or this person, or this person's actually, they were on the board, or why are we taking them off? There is no board. We are constructing the board from scratch, and that's why we made all of our recommendations. But we can also change our recommendations, so.
And we can
there's-
change the plan.
And there's other people that have showed interest, that live here in the city stuff, so we need to take into account all of the names, and then we need to choose.
So I have TxDOT, the local engineer, the ESD, which would be the director, JSUD, whoever they choose, and ISD, we want Carnes.
Why would we not want any of those other entities? JSUD, TxDOT,
Why would we
ESD.
not want
Yeah,
them?
why would we not?
Or why would we want them?
Why would we not want them? I wanna know why we would not want them, because they sound reasonable to me.
We do have them.
I guess I don't understand your question.
Well, the question is, you either have a positive or a negative, okay? So I'm looking to see if there's an argument as to why, because I think that they should be there, so is there a better argument that they should not?
JSUD controls water outside Godley proper, the ESD controls all emergency services.
Then the answer is no, in your view.
ISD controls a lot of stuff around here, that's why one of the reasons our town's growing. TxDOT controls the roads, and we have to work closely with them so we can hopefully get projects.
Okay, I'm convinced.
So you said JSUD, ISD, TxDOT,
And ESD. Okay, so for our ETJ, I would still say Julie. She's been here the entire time. She's basically begged Carissa to be on there, even whenever Carissa was just ignoring everybody.
Julie Eastman, you mean?
Yes.
Yeah.
no, I say yes.
Is Julie here? She
She
go
was
home?
earlier, she left.
She go home?
So we need somebody from ETJ South.
I had Massengale, but he's picky, He wants to know who's on there first, so, I mean,
I don't know why that matters, so
Yeah,
that
why
kind
does
of
that
threw
matter?
up a red flag for me whenever you sent me that email.
I think he, did I forward you the email he sent me? Yeah, so you read what his argument was on that. And he's a really busy guy, so. But he said he was willing, given certain conditions.
We're gonna have 2 people from the north, 2 people from the south.
Yes.
Could try Blake Freeman, maybe, he's from the south.
So is Julie in the north or south?
North.
Julie is in the north.
So we only have, she's the only one so far in the north?
Yeah.
Yes.
I suggest Caleb for the other one in the north.
Well, but then we have
I don't care.
2 ISDs.
Well, I don't believe she's gonna follow what ISD tells her to do. I believe she's gonna do have her own set of mind. And like I say, she's already attended all the meetings we've had. She's been
And
involved.
And the online deal, she's been there consistently.
So, yeah. It isn't her, I mean, as far as I know, they were all there. I didn't know AC had told Carissa not to do what we asked, what we voted on.
Okay, so let's move on because we're running out of time. ETJ South.
I'm gonna say Massengale, let me get the names. Did you confirm that Jay Sud and et cetera are going to come on, or have you not called them yet?
They were interested in
Yeah.
definitely being a part of it, and we kind of need those entities. They're major role players.
So when are you gonna confirm that they're coming?
Tomorrow,
Tomorrow?
whenever I actually have a list.
All right, I guess I'll stick with Massengale. I don't know. I don't know anybody else from the south,
I don't
do
know
you?
anybody,
Maybe Ralph Duggins, but he's probably busy. Blake Freeman's out there,
Let's think outside builders and developers.
then I don't know.
again, because they can steer it to beneficial.
I don't mind Massengale, he builds nice, tasteful stuff.
Oh, I agree.
So does Blake.
Okay, moving on. So Scott, who do you want to be on there for you? Last time it was Thompson.
Yes, Jennifer Thompson.
Is that still your pick?
Yes.
Misty.
Dennis.
Do you want to be on the steering committee?
Because Julie's already taken Dennis.
Do you live in the city limits? Roger.
Well, Barba.
Barba, what's your
That's
last
the
name?
last name. Where's first?
Amber's your first name? Yes. Do you live in the city limits?
Yes.
Before
Scratch.
y'all leave, I need your addresses, emails, phone numbers, social security
Did
numbers.
you say Barbara?
B-A-R-B-A.
And mine is still Mark Bill.
I told you
I
Scratchy.
don't remember the couple's name that Carissa had up there. They came by and
Can you read
introduced
on that?
themselves.
It's messy.
Catch the sides, yeah. I don't know if we have, you know, like I say, if there's a spot for them, fine. Oh, they live in town or what?
They live in Wildcat Ranch.
They live kind of behind the new ag building. I don't know if that's city limits.
It's city limits. Wildcat Ranch is city
They're
limits.
that new development behind the ag building.
I mean, they're kind of out in the boonies, so maybe
I
that
don't know.
could be our
I just that
ETJ
they
South.
were there and they came by here to
They
say
didn't come
yes.
to several of the Zoom meetings.
They didn't? They did.
Put them on where? South?
Well, I mean, they're not in the
They're in
ETJ,
town.
but that gives us more city people, which is what the steering committee's supposed to be. But that still allows two ETJ people.
So who's recommended them? What's he just said?
Catcher sides?
Yes.
We just need, since we didn't choose an ETJ South person, kind of need to fill a spot, and a city resident would be better than just not choosing anybody.
So is it Mike or Ashley? Or both?
Both, but they vote for one person, one vote. I don't care. We can put Ashley on there and her husband can show up, but there'll be one vote between, they shouldn't have the same vote. They shouldn't have two votes.
Okay. It's
Mike, what about your pick?
Mark Bell still.
Okay. There you
Okay,
go.
it's solved. I'll send that to Carissa after verifying everybody again.
Oh, no. Ashley, it's ETJ South, right?
ETJ South, was there anyone in there?
No,
No.
that's what we stuck the catcher sides in.
Yeah, that's why they put those more city residents in.
So we're gonna take no action on that and just send it to Carissa, correct?
Okay.
Has anyone talked to the catcher side, make sure that they are interested?
They came by and said they wanted to be on it.
Good
If
deal.
they're not interested, then we'll take them off,
That's it.
but we need a committee.
There you go.
Item N, discussion and action on approval of renewal of health, dental, and vision benefits through Texas Health Benefits Pool. So we had a meeting with them to go over a few things. It's non-negotiable. Couldn't even get them down $1, Scott.
Dang it.
I know. So I contacted someone that I knew in HR that dealt with this on a very large scale and asked what their opinion was, if they had any recommendations. And they said that we should definitely shop around. So contacted a company and sent Kathleen all the information that they need to start shopping around. They're basically a broker.
Oh, nice.
Takes 3 to 4 weeks to get that back once we get them all the information. It's due by July 1st, but I don't think they're going to cancel us if we don't send it by July 1st. And our employees still have health care until September or October.
Okay, that sounds good. Thank you for doing that.
Yes,
So,
thank you.
should we postpone this then?
I would postpone it, but give direction to staff to make sure that that's done preferably tomorrow.
Would you oversee that?
I have nothing to do with that. That's all, it's employee information. Did you get my email earlier?
I did start working on the census this afternoon, and I should have that finished probably first hour of the morning,
Okay.
and I'll send it immediately.
And then all the the plan documents, so that way they can make sure they're shopping for the same plan and all that. You'll have all that for them?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I would definitely say put it on the next meeting, because it needs to be done. Well, a meeting like a month away.
Well, we can postpone it and you can put it on the agenda as you keep up with it.
Okay.
I would like more than, at least 2 folks to, while you're doing it, just to be sure that, everything's being
I mean, for the next.
follows up.
For the next 3 to 4 weeks, they're gonna be talking to different companies, talking to underwriters because of how many employees we have.
Okay.
I mean, there's not much we can do to move along the process besides submit the documents in a timely manner.
So make a motion to postpone the renewal of health, dental, and vision benefits through Texas Health Benefits indefinitely while Kathleen will proceed with providing the broker information they need to search for a new plan.
So I got a motion to postpone indefinitely the approval of renewal of health, dental, and vision benefits through Texas Health Benefits Pool, giving staff instruction to make sure they send the required documents to the broker. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. That is what we need, correct?
I'll
Okay.
second it.
Got a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Vote passes unanimously.
Can I ask a question?
Depends on what it's about.
Budget.
No. Sorry.
I'll ask her after the meeting.
It is 23:44. Well, I guess I'm not the mayor, so do I have a motion to adjourn? I motion to adjourn. I have a second.
Second.
Motion second. Scott? Misty? Aye. Aye. Adjourned.
Our next meeting is the 11th.
No.
Nope. When is our next meeting?
We have shot clock items that have to be decided by the 8th.
So what do we do?
Need another meeting next week. Edition was received on June 7th. Dill Estates was June 8th, so those will 30-day out. 7th and 8th of next month.
Okay.
So we have to have a meeting next week.
Again,
I ain't gonna have it the 3rd or the 4th.
So I guess like the 6th.
Yep. What did I say? Thank you, sir.
Thanks. Did you enjoy the midnight meeting?
Almost had to say, we didn't post for June 30th.
So how long of a drive do you have
drive
home?
careful, man. Happy 4th.
I'm gonna request that y'all need to include something that gives y'all some payment for these full-time hours y'all put in.
Y'all are keeping the same hours, though.